You're all set.
All set? Okay. Okay, calling the meeting to order. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order superseding certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 18 of the Governor's March 15th, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting of the Southborough Conservation Commission will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the Town of Southborough's website at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings, all one word. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we're unable to do so, despite our best efforts, we will post on Southborough's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. Okay, first up is 7 p.m., 147, 149, and 159 Middle Road. In accordance with the provisions of the Southborough Stormwater and Erosion Control Bylaw, Southborough Zoning Code, Chapter 174, Section 13.5, the Southborough Conservation Commission will hold a 3 public hearing on Thursday, January 7th, 2021 at 7 p.m. via virtual Zoom meeting on the petition of Quality Framing Contractor, Inc. for approval of a stormwater management permit for the construction of single-family homes at 147, 149, and 151 Middle Road, map 28, lot 35, 7, and 10. These hearings will be held concurrently. This will be a virtual meeting in accordance with the orders issued by the governor during the current state of emergency. There will be no person in attendance by the meeting. Persons may attend and participate in the hearing by following the Zoom link at southboroughtown.com/remote meetings and to review meeting material. Okay.
Good evening. Peter Bemis is here to.
Hi, Zachary.
Yeah. So Zach is going to take over the meeting because I have to make a presentation in the town of Holliston. But I just wanted to start by just stating that, these 3 lots, work had commenced on this at your last meeting. I was the one that discussed that. The initial petition for those was that we would be not altering more than 50% of the lots. Lot 1 having filed a separate notice of intent with the commission. Subsequent to that filing and the building permits being filed, tree clearing was commenced on these lots, and they did clear beyond the 50% limits that we had designated on the lots. So it was obviously the need to file for a permit. We had done that in advance of the last meeting, and that filing has been in your inbox, if you will, to process for this meeting. At the previous meeting, you did allow work to proceed on a limited basis with provisions, and those provisions had been met. I did inspect the site on 2 occasions because we had 2 significant storm events since we had last met. And in both cases, there was no disturbance, no erosion on the site. The erosion control barriers were holding up just fine. And as I had stated, the forest mat had remained intact on the site, or the lawn areas remained intact. The only other piece that I wanted to state too, for the record, was that the subdivision that was located to the west of this site, which would be the top of the page, was developed in advance of this property. I know some of those abutters have made some statements up to this point, some of which I don't believe are accurate, in that those lots were developed in advance of us, and they cleared to the lot limits of this property that was owned by Tanaholtz and DeRisi. And in that instance, none of the trees were retained on their lot. And then subsequent, the lot in question here by Quality Framing was then cleared. In many cases, the trees were not a very large size. The ones that were large and worth keeping were retained. So now we have an area where it's kind of denuded between the 2 properties. And there has been an attempt to reach out to those direct abutters to work together to put a visual screen between the 2 lots. And hopefully we're still going forward with that. That's all I really have to say. Zach can go through the details for the stormwater component for each. And thank you for the opportunity to start the proceeding. Have a good night. All
Are you
right.
jumping off, Peter?
I am. Zach's going to jump right in. So he's going to go.
Can he answer a couple questions I have, the statements you just made?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead. Yeah.
So one question is, you said that the forest mat remained intact, even so all the trees were cut down? There was no stumping done whatsoever?
No, there's some stumping was done, but when they did pull those stumps, they left the surrounding soil in place, so there actually really wasn't an erodible surface there, and that's.
But there was soil disturbance.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why it was prudent to put the erosion control in place, as was requested, and I think everything was in proper order.
Yeah, I just want to be clear on whether or not after the trees were cut, there was soil disturbance that exceeded the 50% per lot, and I believe that's true.
We kept our footprint reduced so that we did not go beyond those areas, so that the intent was to not disturb more than 50% after the tree clearing was completed. So I would say to you that although cutting was done beyond the 50% limit that we had designated on the original plan, there was no work activities in those zones beyond that. Only work activities were conducted within the footprints of the dwelling units that are shown on the plan.
Mark, can I interrupt?
Okay, just 1 minute, Carl. I have one more question before Peter evaporates. You mentioned something about the butters and the development. You're talking about the Leeds Way development?
Yes.
And you said something about tree cutting there or something. I just wanted
that project predated this, and we were involved in the design and assisted with the construction on that. But in many cases, those trees were cleared, basically to this lot line. So when this proponent went forward with their project, it now appears as though there are no trees between the two lots, and that's the point that I'm raising, is that you had some smaller saplings on this lot, and you had some trees on the other lot, be they saplings or trees when they got cleared. But that's what causes it to look like a lot more area is affected and open now. So there has been an attempt to reach out to plant a row of trees between the two boundaries. And that's what I hope to go forward with.
And what's the progress of that reach out is? Where's that stand?
Zach has been involved in it directly, so he can speak to it, and maybe some of these neighbors are gonna speak up, because they've already made some positions known on their part. But the goal was to work together so that there wasn't a denuded boundary between the two properties.
Okay, Carl, do you have a question for Peter specifically, or just?
Yeah, I don't know what lots he's talking about, because I took a walk down there today because I knew we were going to talk about it, and I heard him talk about the mat, and I just wanted to make sure I understood what he was talking about. And I walked the lot, and there's only a couple of small places on the side where there are even any leaves. The place has been run over by equipment. It's completely stripped. I walked all over the place. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, so the trees are retained on the lot one side, off to the left, and then there are trees to the left, again, lot one rear left, and then if you go over to lot three, there's some to the rear and towards the front right, and then there are those larger specimen trees that were called out to be retained through the middle of the site.
We're not talking about retaining trees. We're talking about whether or not it's been disturbed, and there are tracks all over the place from the heavy equipment.
No disagreement, Carl. That's what the stormwater permit's for. All I wanted to state was, because some folks had made a statement about trees and the clearing of trees. I just wanted to make the statement that there has been an attempt to reach out to plant trees between the two properties. That's it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thanks. All right. Zach, anything to add?
Good evening, Zachary Bemis with Engineering Design Consultants. I also just want to point out that although I'm not the current owner, I will be the future owner at number 147 Middle Road, one of the lots here in question. I can talk on the points that my father has raised. I can talk more specifically about the actual stormwater measures that are being proposed as well, however the board desires.
Go ahead.
All right, so we have 3 lots, 3 single residence houses. All the stormwater runoff that'll be generated on the impervious surfaces, buildings and driveways will be captured. That falling on the buildings will be captured through gutter and foundation drain systems, and there are underground infiltration chambers proposed for each building. And then each driveway has its own stone filter strip on the down slope side of the driveways. All of this acts to collect and offer the ability to infiltrate that stormwater. For all the design storms that we analyzed, the 2-year, 10-year, 25-year, and 100-year storms, the peak runoff volumes and peak runoff rates are either maintained or decreased. And with all of the underground infiltration chambers, just the simple static volumetric storage is enough to meet the standard 3 recharge requirements by a factor of safety of nearly 5. I think that more or less covers there's nothing else really besides during construction. There's a bunch of erosion control already in place. There's a double siltation barrier on the uphill side of the wetland resource area located to the south of the site. Each major stockpile on site at its base is surrounded by silt fence. And there's a double row that was on the downhill slope right before Middle Road as well. Construction apron is already in place on the lot servicing number 151 Middle Road. There has not been a driveway cut in yet for number 149 or 147, but as soon as they are, as shown on the SWIP plan, there will be construction aprons
You
installed.
refer to them as lot 1, 2, and 3 versus their number because the numbers are not in here.
Oh, yes, I'm very sorry. Yes, so lot 1 has a current driveway that is rip-wrapped with construction apron. Lots 2 and 3 do not have driveways yet, but when they do, they will have construction aprons.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll open up now to the commission members for questions, comments. See, I see Carl first here.
Oh,
Any more comments?
Well, okay, yeah. I was going to wait for other people to talk, but one of the dilemmas I have with this at the moment is that we're considering issuing a permit for stormwater on 3 lots that are in violation of the stormwater bylaw. I don't think we should do that. It sounds silly that we should, by issuing permits, make violations go away, because we will. I mean, I think that would happen. If we issued a permit tonight, those violations will go away. And I think in most, this is what happens when you go ahead and start work without a permit. I mean, it's not a happy situation. I'm just not going to be able to support issuing a permit when there's still substantial violation of the stormwater bylaws in place. I mean, I just can't.
Well, we as a board have to deal with the violation before we issue a
Yeah, but
permit.
Right. If we can get the violation to go away,
We got to deal with the violation, but I'm just,
Yeah.
we know that's in place, and
Yeah.
they filed for stormwater permits for each of these lots. So we're going to have to deal with the violation situation and then with the application for the permit.
yeah. So the violation has to be remedied.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So if we can get that remedied, I can support this. But because it's not that complicated. These are straightforward requests. All right. So okay. Thank you.
Okay. Other commission members? I can't see them all, so.
I guess, Carl, what remedy are you looking for? You're talking in terms of a fine?
Well, a fine is just it's a fine for violating, but you also have to remedy the violation. The violation has to be fixed. Right? I mean, just because you issue a fine doesn't mean the violation's okay.
And the violation you're referring to is the disturbance of more than 50% of the lot.
Oh, yeah, those lots, I mean. I
Okay,
don't
so
know
you're
if
looking
anybody-
for stabilization of the site.
Yeah, I've been talking stabilization the whole time here, and there's no, other than those tops on top of a couple of piles, there's no stabilization there. I mean, there's erosion controls all around it, right? But they're not stable, you know? So until it's stable, I mean, I think we need to have sites that are in compliance with the town bylaws before we can issue a permit. I don't think it's a crazy thing to think, you know, because that's why you usually get a permit before you start work, right? So this is what happens when you go in and start work before you have permits. I mean, that's never a good idea.
So let me pull the thread on that a little bit further. So walk me through how you would get there.
Oh, it's going to be tough. It's going to be hard. Oh yeah, it's not going to be easy.
Well, easy, but what would be the steps to do that?
Well, I would think we would have. I'm not qualified to determine how to stabilize this site, right? I think we would need someone from the outside to come in and look at this and determine how do we get these sites up to snuff so we can move forward with a permit. I mean, it's a reasonable, you know, if we vote for, if we approve these, I could see the neighbors, you know, taking us to court. And how are we going to explain that we issue permits to sites that were in violation of our own bylaws? I mean, I wouldn't want to have to make that argument, you know. I just wouldn't.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Sure.
Specifically, Mr. Guy, I'm just curious. So I was on the site today as well. All the major stockpiles have erosion controls at their bases, and I think every single stockpile then has 2 more barriers. If it were to rupture any of those before it would trespass off the site. And most of those stockpiles are also tarped. I guess I'm confused. I don't know how much more stabilized it can be in a constructed mode. I understand that the permits were not in place, and it's most regretful. But I don't know how much more can actually be done on site. I think the site looks really good now. Am I misunderstanding something?
Yeah. The ground is bare. Most of it's just bare ground.
A lot of it has like not a leaf litter, but a root mass. It's still solid. You know, I know that from firsthand because I've been doing some layout up there with the survey equipment, and it cannot penetrate the top 6 inches. It's still very hummocky. So I don't think there's a threat of immediate washout. I know the stockpiles are open, but they are tarped, and there are 3 barriers that would keep them in place, and they're not really on steep slopes. They're sort of right now they're at the tops of the hill where it's relatively level and flat.
They're disturbed. It's disturbed, period.
Question, Mark.
Yes.
I'm sure you understand better.
Okay.
If they had come and gotten the permit basically and asked to clear the whole area and form the state that exists today, we presumably could have issued that permit, and they could have come and created the state as it is today. I guess I don't understand exactly what the violation Carl's referring to is, or in the sense that, you know, presumably they could have come and gotten a permit to get where they are today if we had approved it. I have, I guess, a lot of problems with how we got where we are and how we, you know, handle the process that led us here. But I guess I'm not really sure I understand Carl's line of thinking exactly. Sorry.
Can I try again?
Sure.
All right. The bylaw says specifically that if you need to get a stormwater permit, if you're going to disturb more than 50% of the lot, or if it's over an acre, right? That doesn't apply to these because these are an acre, right? And they have more than disturbed 50%. There's no question in my mind anyways, right? So that's a violation, period.
Mark?
And
Yeah.
they didn't,
So- So
one
let
more thing. Sorry.
me just add a couple of comments. Go ahead, Ben. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Yeah, sure. The violation here was that they commenced work without a permit. To Jeff's point, I think he's correct. Had they pulled the permit, the work that they've done is permittable work with the erosion controls that are now in place. But to remedy the violation, and again, the violation is doing the work without a permit, they have to get a permit, and that's how the violation is remedied. And this is a situation that comes up, for instance, with building permits very frequently. People do work without a permit, and then they come to, sheepishly to the building inspector's office, and when they sell their house or whatever, and have to pull a permit for work that's previously been done. And the building inspector's office, I think, handles it with tripling the permitting fees or some such. But I mean, we talked at the previous meeting about assessing a fine of some sort. We talked a little bit about numbers there. I think I just see it a little bit differently than Carl does. I think the first step to getting them into compliance is to assert our jurisdiction here with a permit, which we can condition, of course, any way we like, up to and including. I'm not quite sure what measures Carl has in mind, but I don't think it would be unreasonable, especially during the winter months here, for some further stabilization efforts on the soil areas that are disturbed, whether it be with mulch and tackifier or some of the other sort of aerial products that you can put down to stabilize a large area, something along those lines. But geez, in my mind, the first step is actually to get the permit in place.
Yeah, and what I was going to say, Ben, before I saw your hand raised was, typically the way you deal with a violation of any kind here is you deal with the violation in terms of fines and or mitigation, right? So there's been, work done here that has been in violation of our stormwater bylaw. There needs to be stabilization of the violation that has been made, and some work has been done, but suggesting tackifier and some other things such as that, given the winter months and so forth, and you're not in the growing season, might be acceptable. And also, there were trees that were cut down that were diseased and so forth. I understand. That's what I've been told, that maybe would have been left there had they not been diseased, but since they were, they've been cut. And there's been, buffer that's now been removed between these lots and neighbors' lots who are taxpayers in town, and possibly didn't expect that to occur. And, there should be maybe some mitigation in terms of plantings, which is completely within our purview to ask for. So, I think in terms of remedying this and moving forward to a stormwater management permit, we probably should discuss how we want to mitigate what's been done and how to move forward with that before the permit discussion ensues.
I agree. That makes all sense to me, that we, put in plantings or yes, mitigation to sort of make up for what was done. To me, seems more meaningful than other strategies.
I mean, to me, if I was going to come in here and purchase lot 1, 2, or 3, I certainly would prefer to have trees between me and, the Cadillac dealership or the houses along Leeds Way. I mean, that would be attractive to me, and I think that would be, something that the developer would be acceptable to accept in terms of our mitigation. But that's just my opinion. Any other commission members and comments?
I concur with Ben's approach. I think we have to, you know, we spoke at some length at the last meeting about how disappointed we were that the person, you know, called for early on in the process, and we talked about, you know, some sort of financial penalty, which we've still got to, you know, discuss and finalize. But I think in terms of, you know, where we are in the season, the sooner we get the stormwater permits agreed, the sooner the work can continue, and the site itself, you know, becomes less of a risk of, you know, being impacted by another big storm. We've been pretty lucky over the last month that we haven't had major storms, but, you know, who knows what's going to happen in the next, you know, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So I would advocate, you know, pushing forward and taking the action we need to on the violation, but also discussing the permit and getting the order of conditions finalized for it.
Russ, since you have expertise in trees and landscaping and things like that, what would you suggest
So
in
I've
terms
got
of?
a little bit of a popsicle headache here, as you like to call them.
Okay.
So the Leeds Way resident has got full advantage of their lot. And I know that if I was the owner of one of these new lots, I wouldn't want somebody telling me I couldn't take on all the trees. I understand about the violation, and I'm not defending that one bit. I don't like the path where we're going down, because this wasn't part of, you know, 100-foot no-touch area, such as I have behind my house with Leeds, the other Bartolini Road there. I feel awkward going down that road. It's not really our department. I don't think.
And you mean in terms of plantings, per
Well,
se?
so their violation is exceeding the limits of the 50%. And I get that, and whatever we want to charge them, I just don't see why we're manhandling this into a screen, because I don't think the Leeds Way residents have any right to assume that their neighbor would maintain that buffer, is all I'm getting at.
Okay. Yep.
That's all. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, I just you know, sort of threw that thought out there. I mean, I didn't really have much behind it, honestly.
I'm not saying that either. I think that we're getting a little bit, maybe even ahead of ourselves. That's all.
Good point.
Could I say one thing towards that end?
Sure.
There might be a more organic way for this. Before any ground had been disturbed, before any trees had been cut, I had actually gone ahead and introduced myself to both direct abutters in the rear. That is Mr. Soham Paul and Alan Jackie Bartolini at 11 and 9 Leeds Way. And they were the two abutters that would be, you know, most affected. They have the common line along the entire rear of the lot. And we had already kind of come up with a tentative plan for plantings, because we both agreed that they didn't want to look at me any more than I really wanted to look at them. And as Quality Framing Contractors has brought on clients and prospective buyers, I've been running it by them as well. And they all seem to be on board with a double row screening, where we're going to plant things that is going to effectively create a nice natural buffer that we're both content, all parties seem to be content with. At least until I saw this letter. I have not been able to reach out yet. I just received this today. So it's news to me that their names are actually appended to this, albeit penciled in. So I still have to follow up with that, but know that that was always in the game plan as well. And whether prescribed here or not, and I would hope that the board doesn't take the route of prescribing it, if only because, you know, I would have to second what Russ Gregory is also saying, is that dictating what others do with their land. I don't know, from all the surveying experience that I had, I just don't like that notion that just because the developers of the Leeds Way subdivision didn't quite have strong enough boundary control when they were developing, in places cleared, graded, dare I say, might have installed some things over the lot lines, that becomes a later abutter just because it's getting developed later on down the chain. And if I would, say one more thing towards that end, there was a healthy spread of trees on the Leeds land that makes up Leeds Way now. I remember helping Glenn O'Done survey all of that back when it was still all forest. That was, substantial forest. The land that comprises lots 1, 2, and 3 here, they've historically been houses. 145 Middle Road and 153 were both historic houses. Both had to go through the historic register to get removed for demolition. So, there's a long use of these lands being cleared. And I'll tell you one thing, when they were cutting trees, there was a lot of briary and scrub type stuff, but there weren't many big trees. If you go over there, you'll see that I was able to retain several on lot 3, but that was really it. There might have been one other good tree, but it happened to fall right in the middle of lot number 2's building footprint. And other than that, it was mostly cleared and open. So I do know that it feels very much like being in fishbowl up there. But I think that had to do more with the pre-existing conditions of these lots as they were historically used in town. But towards the plantings end, there was all good intention to continue going forward with that. Because can I share my screen at all? Is that possible, Melissa?
Yes, but anything you do share, I do need a copy of, though. If that's
That's
something.
fine. I can send it to you. Yes.
Okay. Let me just stop mine. Hold on. You're all set.
Okay. Can you guys see that exhibit?
Not yet.
No,
Yes.
Not
no,
yet.
You cannot?
no.
Yeah, I don't think you started screen share.
Do I have to accept something, Melissa?
Nope. You should just be able to hit screen share and pick which screen or tab you want to show.
Share screen. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. So you guys now see a plan?
It's loading. Yeah.
Okay. So you'll see the 3 buildings. Each one's numbered 151, 149, 147. And the color coding is a scheduling of plantings that we proposed. There's several variants of this out there, but this is the latest one. Each one's color coded breakdown by whose lot they fall on. But this was something that the 4, the lots 1, 2, and 3, and number 11 and number 7 Leeds Way had already sort of taken upon themselves to coordinate and go over. Now, we were trying to do that before the winter set in, but there was inventory issues at Shrubs and Trees, the Western Nurseries, and I don't want to go down that path much more, but there's all the intention to plant these in the springtime once we can. So I just wanted to share that to say that, I'm not making this up. There has been a dialogue back and forth, and every intention is to still go forward with that. Thank you.
Is this plan that you're showing us part of your submittal for the SMP or no?
It was not. No, this was simply an exhibit for the 4 neighbors.
Okay.
That was all it was. It was simply something for us to beautify the lots and come to an agreement. Because, like I said, there was evidence when I first went out there and we did the boundary. It was clear that in the development of lots 11 and 9 that there were encroachments over the lot line into land of then Tanaholtz and Gerisi that make up Locust. And no fault of the current owners. It's just, sometimes this happens when you're deep in the woods. So
May I ask a question, Zachary? It's a long time since I went to the Leeds Way development. I did go with Melissa during the development work that was there, but I'm not sure we went as far back as those 2 lots that we're looking at now. So were there, where I see the orange and the pink
yes,
stars, those are proposed plantings on the Leeds Way
On
property?
Leeds Way land, yes. So
Okay, so just so I've got this picture right in my head. Were there trees there that were removed recently, or was there anything there
there was a
when the
a-
Leeds development was finished?
I don't have a hard line. It wasn't part of what I was interested in surveying when I was out there. I was mostly interested in getting ground shots for topography. However, where the pink and the green and the blue all sit, there was a row of like pole pines, 2-inch diameter, small little stuff that was starting to emerging growth that was coming up. There used to be an old shed out there too that it sort of enveloped and surrounded. But nothing any more substantial than that. We had agreed, before we cut them down. That's Al and Jackie Bartolini. I reached out to them and said, are you guys in love with these trees? If not, I'd like to cut them down and plant something that'll give us a more full canopy that we can get better growth out of and that'll look nicer going forward. And they were in complete agreement. On the other side, the purple and the orange areas, it's more of a scrub. It still is actually down. If you go into the most southwest corners of Locust, I think you'll see what it was, and it's a lot of small brush growth and stuff like that, which it'll form a nice green canopy, I guess, in the summertime, but in the winter it's nothing great, and it's nothing dominant. There's no real anchor trees that are there. And as it concerns even number 9, there's a single solitary pine. You can't miss it now. That's standing there. We'd had a conversation with Soham if he wanted to have that removed, because when pine trees become isolated like that, if they're no longer in a stand together, they can become weakened. And a good gust can take them over. And it's a tall tree, so he wanted to keep it. It's definitely on his side of the lot line. But we had that conversation and that dialogue before any trees were cut.
Mark?
Yes.
Oh, I just was wondering to weigh in just a little. We would have issued this permit, as Russ kind of hinted toward, and I get there's a violation, and I'm totally for whatever the commission would like to do as far as what we're allowed within our regs for fines or whatnot. But if we would have issued it before, they would have clear cut this lot, and we would have been in the same exact position. So I would love to get back to the permit and ask the questions there that I actually have questions on, because we could go around all day about the trees and where they were and who did what, but in the end, we would have issued this anyways, regardless, correct?
I believe so, but we might have had a construction sequence or something, given, how much of the lot is being disturbed and how much soil is going to be open at any point in time. And, we might have had some sequencing as a result of that in terms of what we permitted. Unfortunately, I have a work commitment that I have to drop off. Ben and Melissa are aware of that, and I will rejoin as soon as that work commitment is ended. And unfortunately, this is going to go on for about another month on Thursday nights. So, Ben, are you there?
I am.
Okay, I'm passing the wand to you.
Okay, thank
And
you.
and
We'll see you a
just
little
so
bit
folks are aware, I am in favor of some sort of fine for moving forward without a permit here and disturbing the lot to the extent that it's been disturbed, and then moving forward with some sort of stormwater management permit with the appropriate conditions.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, do we have, Sherry, you?
I have some questions about the permit.
Yeah, I just wrapping up the tree issue. I want to see is there anybody else on the commission who would like to speak regarding the some kind of landscaping along the rear lot lines here? Okay, so Sherry, you said that you had some other concerns regarding the permit.
Yeah. So when I'm going through the stormwater management permit that you folks submitted, page I guess it's gonna be like 1, 2, 5 is the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan, the SWIP. It's not signed, so that would be one of my first things that would have to be signed by Keith Gilchrist, I guess, is gonna be the construction operator.
Yes.
So if you could get him to sign that and submit that, because I don't think we can issue that until we have his signature on that. My second question on that document is on the Stormwater Management Controls 6.0, I think it's page 5 of the SWIP. You have the box for the infiltration checked off and then something for 12921 to be installed. What are you installing on that day? What's being proposed to be installed on that day? Or by then, basically.
On sheet 5,
It's gonna be, so mine are double-sided, so maybe it's not quite sheet 5. No, it says SWIP, page 5 of the SWIP.
oh, okay, so that's installation of the underground storage infiltration chambers. So if you're looking on the site plan, there's
Yep.
all the roof drain infiltration chambers. It's abbreviated RDIC.
Okay.
Those would be installed. The date, this is a permit, and each one would have its own, depending on the date of completion of each unit in each building. You wouldn't install that until you knew that there weren't going to be any, any equipment or anything tracking over the air. You don't want those to cave in. So, in lieu of, I suppose having 3 dates there and some of those, are all moving targets. The date's just placed there in that once the foundation's in and the structure's been framed, they can install those.
Okay, I just didn't know if you were proposing some sort of basin that wasn't on the plan, so.
No, there's no basin. It is a combination of roof drain infiltration for the buildings and then stone infiltration strips along the downhill sides of the driveways. Those are the 2 mitigation methods that we're using here on site.
Okay, so then on your DEP stormwater standards, would you just speak to standard 3 as your pre and post? Are they exactly the same or are they off a little? I'm not awesome at going through the whole calculations.
No, that's if you flip to the next page, that would be sheet 4 of the stormwater calculations report there.
Yep.
You can see that there's 2 sets of tables. There's events for subcatchment 1S existing in the south. And then to the right of that on the same level, there's event link 1 proposed south. That compares the southern half of the site as it drains towards the resource area in the old railroad tracks. And if you're looking at the 3rd column runoff on the left side, and then the inflow column on the right, those are both your peak runoff rates. So like for instance, the 2-year storm is 0.84. And then the, under the proposed conditions, that's 0.6. So those are apples to apples comparisons. As you compare the numbers on the left to the numbers on the right, you should expect those numbers to either be the same or less. The ones on the right need to be less or the same in order for the proposed conditions to meet standard 3.
Okay, thank you. That wasn't quite clear when I read standard 3. So then the total suspended solids for standard 4, you're saying it's partially being taken care of on site. Do you envision that going down the driveway and ending up on Middle Road? Why do you say partially?
Partially, well, because total suspended solids, per the handbook, usually what you would do if this was a big industrial, say a commercial campus or something like that, you would implement street sweeping, you would implement, you would have sediment 4 bays, you would have catch basins with sumps and perhaps contact units that have velocity reducers that help suspend the sediments and then trap them in the bottom. We don't have drainage like that. It doesn't collect to catch basins because we don't have that much impervious area. It's not a parking lot, it's a driveway. on all those things in the total suspended calculation, it's a diminishing return. So I think you get 10% allocation for street sweeping once a year annually. And Sediment Ford Bay takes a certain amount out of it, but it's always a diminishing percentage of the previous losses. So we're saying that anything that's, really nasty is going to be, and the driveways is going to go into the stone filter strips. Again, the reason it's partially is because it's sort of it's a hard standard to necessarily hold the single family residence to. I don't know what else one could do. I mean, we're not going to schedule a street sweeper to come by once a year to, clean the driveway. That's obscene. The idea is that all the impervious cover goes to places before we just naturally run off overland. So it's not just going to run down the driveway and then into Middle Road. It's going to go into this filter strip and it's going to hopefully get clogged and stuck there. Now, let's fast forward this, decades down the road. Does that stone filter strip need to be changed? Most likely, yes. But that takes, as I said, tens of years. That's not going to be, next year.
Yeah. And will you have an operation and maintenance plan for each homeowner to know that?
To know that? That is written in the...
I saw that, but I didn't really see the operation and maintenance plan, so that's why I was just curious.
It's on the plan itself. If you're looking at sheet number 2 of the plans themselves.
Oh, and the details. Okay.
You slip notes. There's a construction phase and then there's a post-construction phase.
Okay.
And that outlines, what needs to be done during construction and what needs to happen thereafter. And these plans, will be a record and certainly, go to the homeowners and should be conveyed as ownership changes.
And then my last thing is the checklist for the stormwater report. The registered professional engineer certification has no stamp or signature.
Really?
At least my copy. Now I know if Melissa has other ones, then that's fine. But I didn't see it online.
Okay, that may have. I'm unfortunately not the registrant, but that can be easily addressed. And if that's not the case, I'm very sorry that wasn't stamped.
No worries. Okay.
And I'll check my hard copy tomorrow. Sometimes electronically,
Okay.
I
Yeah.
get them on scanned version.
I get that too. Yeah. Okay. It's all yours.
Thank you, Sherry. Are there any other commissioners who have questions or comments that they'd like to make before we solicit public input? Okay, now I understand we still need to discuss the issue of fines and perhaps continue the some form of discussion over mitigation in the form of landscaping, perhaps. I would propose that we get some input from the public and then pick back up on those conversations afterwards. So is there anybody in the public who would like to speak?
As of right now, I see 2 hands. If anyone does need to make or want to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom and we will call on you when we get to you. The first hand that I saw was Najee, and I apologize if I butcher that name. If you unmute yourself now, you should be able to speak.
I would say for each person when they speak, if you could give your name and your address, please, for the minutes.
Thank you, Ben.
Can you hear me?
Very faintly, but yes,
Okay, is that better?
There we
a
go.
little bit.
Okay, so I'll raise my voice, hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if that changes. So first, my name, this is Nagy, Dr. Nagy Alabasi. I am one of the residents of Leeds Way. I think more of us are in this meeting. I don't know how many, but several of us should be. And we all signed that letter that we sent to the commission. And the reason we did that is because we just saw that the amount of tree clearing was just too much. We value our privacy just like anyone else in this town, and it's a great town to be in, where there are a lot of good bylaws and spaces, and in this case, for the 8 houses here, we have very good privacy, and when the new construction happens, that's a part of that is lost. We understand, but we would appreciate it to be by the law, and if not, then some remedy be done. This is new to me. I haven't attended a meeting like that before, so I find some of that stuff. I may be off point on some of these things, so forgive me if so. But it seems that if the builder applied for a permit before, maybe they would have gotten it, but maybe not. I mean, to have a permit to clear something like that completely, and my hope in my town here, that it wouldn't be the case. There would be some, maybe go over 50 by some bit, but not to the extent that we see here. And it is quite intrusive, and takes away some of what we have drawn us all to this property, the street, the 8 houses here. And I was in the beginning and hearing all the comments. We hope the builders here, went through this of our street, went through this process, got with the town, and I'm sure they did everything right. If not, then it's not our problem. We bought the houses, and if you count all the land, I would believe there's a lot of trees here, but that's not the point. The point is we hope that process was followed, and probably it was, and now we have 3 new properties. I think the argument is, well, what happened in Leeds Way doesn't apply. These properties should follow the rules, and especially in this case, we maintain our the privacy and the aesthetic. Just like the builder doesn't want to see us across the street, we don't want to see them. That's true, and there is a way to do that by maintaining a certain amount of greenery. And in the letter that we sent, that's one possibility, and it seems to be repeated a little bit here in this meeting: mitigation through planting. The stuff about storm and all this is beyond my understanding, and I'm sure you guys can work it out, of course. But the planting, having more trees, whether in the form of the plan that you flashed there between lots 9 and 11, or something else that would restore that setting that would, and to be within its legal limits, would be great for us. I don't want to add also, I don't think anyone from Leeds Way removed any trees since we bought the houses here. That it was, it may have reached to the end of the property, but there are trees on the other side. But certainly, I mean, to my knowledge, no one removed anything that shouldn't have been removed. So to summarize, we some mitigation, maybe planting or something else to make up for that would be great.
Thank you. Melissa, is there anybody else with a hand up?
Yes, there's 3 more. The next one that I see is Jason Kurtz. Jason, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Jason Kurtz. I'm at 168 Middle Road. I appreciate you taking the time to listen. I've listened to the meeting, and I've heard lots of comments and stuff about the greenery and what have you. And my comments are a little bit less about the specific clear cutting of the lots and what have you, because obviously everyone knows what was there before and what isn't now. My bigger concern and question in place is, there was a comment by the board earlier saying that, or by two board members saying that we would have just approved this regardless. And I could understand that you could approve it for maybe lots 3 and 2, but lot 1, the entire building structure, and the only part that is really kind of outside of any of that 100-foot buffer is the actual septic tank and leaching field. The rest of everything that's being constructed for that lot is inside of the 100-foot buffer, and not just inside of it, it's pretty much right up against the 20-foot no touch part. So I'm just concerned, because anything that's decided on this particular property can be utilized for other properties in terms of completely taking away the buffer zone. There is no buffer zone on lot 1, for instance, and utilizing that for other lots in town, as well as the fact that the contracting company, just went ahead with all of the construction. Is this setting a precedent for future developments where they just go through, do whatever they want, get a fine, slap on the wrist, knowing that they can get more done doing it this way than if they'd actually have to go through the proper channels. So my comments to the board in regards to fines or delays on approval of things is simply, not only did they cut the line essentially in terms of having to go through all these different channels. They shorten their time frame on getting approvals or getting approval at all for, say, lot number 1, or having to do a redesign so that they can try and get 3 lots out of this while still, meeting all the criteria of both, the conservation and potentially even planning. But that they completely negated, anything that had to do with like the 100-foot buffer to call it, an area that is where wildlife still does actually exist. The 20-foot is not able to be touched, and they are, I don't know the scale of this, but on the computer, but it looks like they're, the porch is probably about 8 foot from the 20-foot buffer or something. Their water, downspout reclamation areas are 10 foot from the 20-foot wetland buffer. The items that they've done to lot 1 scare me a little bit in terms of the overall for the town, because once precedent is set, well then, it's a free-for-all. If approval is just said, okay, we're just going to go ahead and approve these things that are done without, going through the proper channels first. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kurtz. I'm going to jump in. I think there might be a misconception here regarding the 100-foot buffer zone. First, there are 2 permits being sought here. One is a stormwater management permit, which covers the entirety of the 3 lots. Lot 1, I believe it's only lot 1. No, I believe lot 2 also filed for. Excuse me.
Just one.
Just one, excuse me, filed for a notice of intent under the Wetlands Protection Act. Now, the 100-foot buffer zone is what triggers the requirement for a filing, but there is no prohibition against building in the buffer zone. We're certainly not setting any sort of precedent. This is pretty much the commission's function, is to make sure that work that takes place within the buffer zone is done in accordance with the Wetlands Protection Act. Work that's outside of the buffer zone, the act simply doesn't even apply to, and the permit wouldn't even be applied for in the first place. So we're not setting any sort of precedent to allay that concern. As far as the applicant getting something through the stormwater management permit process that they would not have gotten had they filed in a timely fashion, I can guarantee you that is not the case. The stormwater management permit exists to ensure that when construction takes place, that generally that sediment is contained on the site and that erosion doesn't occur on the site. We certainly haven't in the past limited the extent of area that an applicant can clear. It's simply that when they do clear an area, if it meets certain thresholds, they have to file for this permit and come up with a plan for doing that clearing without sending sediment across property lines and without causing lots of erosion. In terms of jumping the line, the delay that they have incurred by having to seek a permit after the fact, they've shot themselves in the foot. They've in fact they'd be much further ahead of where they are right now had they simply applied at the time when they were supposed to. I just wanted to, it seemed like there was a misconception there. Hopefully I cleared that up. I'm certainly not trying to downplay any of your concerns, but we do some pretty esoteric stuff here. Not everyone is knows the ins and outs of the Wetlands Protection Act and so forth. Anyhow,
Ben,
yeah.
Ben, can I just, on the notice of intent and the wetlands protection, I do want to note that they have violated the order of conditions and they've cleared area that they told us they weren't going to clear. I mean, so they haven't really lived up to the plan that they showed us, so that's, We haven't even talked about that, so.
Right, and we will get to that.
Yep.
Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong, the hearing that we're in right now is for stormwater management only?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can't address that here this evening, but rest assured, we absolutely will address that. But it will have to unfortunately be at a subsequent public hearing. Let's see, any other members of the public who'd like to speak?
Yes, there are two more that I see right now. The next one is John Leeds. John, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Very faintly.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, my name is John Leeds. I live adjacent to the development. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the clear cutting. Me and my mother, who lives just down the road at 118 Middle Road, Suzanne Leeds, both felt that the lot was cleared a lot more than it really needed to be. I'm not an expert in trees, so I don't know what was rotten, what was not, but I walk up and down that street every day. I saw what was cut. I saw the logs sitting on the ground. They didn't look to me to be rotten. I mean, I don't know where the rotten ones were and where the good ones were in relationship to the houses, so I can't really confirm what could be saved and what could not, but I certainly felt like they took out a lot and didn't leave that many. So I just wanted to state that. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leeds. Melissa, anybody else with their hand up?
There's one more. Jason Lynn, you should be able to speak now if you unmute.
Yeah, hi, this is Jason Lynn. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, and just a reminder, please state your address.
Sure. Jason Lynn. So I'm at 7 Leeds Way. So I'm direct, if you're looking at the screen right now, basically diagonal top left there. So we're that 100 wetland buffer going, number 7 is right behind there. I just want to first start by thanking everyone kind of for your service to the town and to the commission. This is like Nagi, this is my first time joining one of these meetings, and I'm thinking it's going to be like a half hour, 45-minute meeting. So this has been enlightening, and I thank everyone for kind of your service. And secondly, I think I share in the commissioners who spoke earlier in the meeting that a fine is one thing, but I think if we're talking about preservation and kind of sustainment, I think that it's mitigation factors, whether it's planting and those types of things, because I live at 7 Leeds Way in this pandemic where we've been home 24 hours a day. We've been here, and you know, respectfully, it's hearing Mr. Zachary Bemis try to diminish how many trees were taken down and that they were rotten trees or that there wasn't that many trees taken down. We live here. We saw the clearing. We have pictures. We have pictures of them hauling away what probably were 100-year-old trees that did not need to be taken down. And that's just, unfortunately, the fact of it. So, I mean, giving a builder a fine, I think they pay the fine, they walk away and move on to the next project. And the sustainment of this area, I mean, to me, like, we as a town, as environmental citizens have failed, right? So that's why we wrote the letter. I think we want kind of to just restore some of the natural feel of the area, right? And whether it's Leeds Way or the gentleman that spoke that lives on Middle Road, you know, to hear Mr. Bemis talk about what was there was a forest. This is a wetland, a protected area, and what was there was a forest, and it's been diminished. So I look forward to the meeting when we do talk about that. I understand that this is for stormwater, but I think that speaking for myself, speaking for Nagi, speaking for the other folks on Leeds Way, who, yes, I understand that they spoke to 2 of the residents on Leeds Way, behind lot 2 and lot 3. They didn't speak to us. We're behind lot 1. And that kind of the planting plan that they showed that doesn't address going along all the way down to where 7 Leeds Way is, then all the way down to Middle Road. It doesn't address it at all. So I think that's why maybe he's surprised, because they spoke to those folks before and then they went ahead and did the clearing. We were here. My wife went out and spoke to the person that was the gentleman that was clearing a perfectly healthy tree and asked, "Why are you cutting this down?" He said, "Totally understandable. Hey, I'm just doing what the boss told me to do." But like our letter said, it just seems like a blatant disregard for the sustainment, for the prosperity of this area. And again, I thank everyone for kind of your service to the town. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Melissa, is there anybody else with their hand up?
I do not see anyone else with their hand up.
Okay. So we have some talking to do about fines and the trees, and I'm just going to maybe offer a couple of thoughts here. First, Mr. Bemis, clearly the abutters have a great deal of concern about the vegetation being taken down. You know, I think our authority here is somewhat limited under a stormwater management permit. Now, I understand you have some personal involvement here in the subdivision, and I'm curious to hear if clearly it's something that you've been thinking about, and I guess before we start speaking about a fine, the commission might be interested to hear if you're interested in committing to any kind of mitigative type work with regards to landscaping.
Okay, yes. Well, like I showed that exhibit before, I went into this with that same notion in mind. If it were not just a selfish perspective that, I want to look at these trees as well. The only thing in hearing this conversation and that gives me, a lot of pause is, the rights of property owners and where does that limit stop? What the abutters all seem to want is a vista easement, for lack of a better word. I have seen them. I do come across them in doing research for different parcels here and there. But, that's a right that has to be issued between property owners and secured, and usually that comes with a monetary cost. This is one of those things where there's a positive externality that was going on here. The land was lying fallow for a long time. Things were growing up. There were not 100-year-old trees. There were large diameter trees that were cut. Those were all pine. And those all came from the far end of lot 3. They had to be cut because they were all fall hazards onto my house, actually. So I get the desire for more greenery. I just don't think that it's right for abutters to put that burden onto their neighbors when they themselves have cleared up to their lot lines in many cases. That's not exactly the case everywhere, but the trees were quite extensively thinned beforehand. And like I said, there was more of an actual established forest, if you will, where the Leeds residents all now live. If I were to say what was more forested, back when I did the survey, I was still in school. So we're talking something in 2009, 2010. That was actual forest. Those were the big trees that were cut down. Those were the things that might have been worth preserving. I don't think it's right to put any burden on the lots 1, 2, and 3. Although I will say that there's an intention to go forward and to plant trees so that it doesn't look like it looks today, because I don't think any of the involved parties like that. I'm very timid about prescribing anything because people are talking about precedent. I think that establishes the wrong precedent, if only because, we were triggered by this because of a land disturbance area. We were employing the right construction controls and the long-term maintenance protocols going forward for all 3 of these projects. Not to say it's an encumbrance, but there must be a stone filter strip on every one of these driveways, which I don't believe any resident at Leeds Way has a stone filter strip on any of their driveways. I know there's one down along the road, but that's a separate matter because it's a common drive. There's things here. There's rainwater infiltration chambers that will require long-term maintenance. That has a cost. And I think to put any more financial burden on lots 1, 2, and 3, I'm concerned. As a future owner there, and also what it would mean for future projects in town, and as an engineer who also works in town and expects to do more of these applications, what that would entail and how expensive it might be to do these in the future.
Thank you.
That's my point.
Mr. Beams, can I ask you a question? Mr. Bemis, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are you concerned as the professional engineer or the owner?
Both, for both of those reasons. Maybe not so much the professional
Okay.
engineer, as much as the striving professional land surveyor. What those rights convey, if someone wants a Vista easement, that's something that two parties can enter into agreement for. I don't necessarily like the idea of the board prescribing a Vista easement.
To be clear, Mr.
yeah.
Bemis, that's not what I was suggesting. We're in a tough situation here because the work was undertaken without a permit.
Yes.
Mitigation certainly goes a long way, or has historically with the commission. It's something that the commission certainly looks favorably on. No one is discussing, no one has brought up the idea of demanding a Vista easement. We certainly don't have the authority to require one or to unilaterally put one in place. Given what happened, I was simply looking to see if you were interested in offering some sort of landscaping as a mitigation measure. Clearly you're not, and we've heard you loud and clear.
Well, that I am still going forward with that exhibit that I had shown, and I will send that to Melissa, and that can be part of this record. Those plantings, as long as all the parties that were concerned are still interested in going forward, I see no reason why that won't still happen in the future. So there will be plantings. I just don't know if I want that to be part of this discussion. I wanted that, that was sort of something a little more organic between neighbors. And it seems to be that number 7, Leadsway, also has a desire to plant. If they want to be part of that, I will go meet with them as well. I just don't, I prefer that to be a separate discussion entirely, personally.
Okay. Okay, so regarding the issue of landscaping, is there anything any commissioner wishes to comment on or ask a question about? Okay, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to echo what you said. I mean, going into this, if the permits had been done properly, yeah, we certainly would not have been asking for any such thing. But in this case, the question is, how do we address the violation, and what is the right form for that to take? And what kind of measures make sense, both to make it right and then also to deter people from doing this again? I mean, in this case, EDCs had issues before. They clearly knew the rules. They knowingly violated the rules. Even after, they knowingly violated the NOI, and then they went and cleared, knowing that they cleared, and then they didn't tell anybody about it right after they did it. They had to be caught. I mean, to me, this is a series of clearly malintent in addition to violation. I don't know what, I mean, to Mr. Bemis, I mean, what does it take to convince an organization to act properly?
Well, I just want to clarify. We weren't, Engineering Design Consultants is not the contractor. We are the engineers with the project. Quality Framing Contractors is the contractor. So we didn't go out with, chainsaws and cut all the trees or solicit that work. It's being done, we're working on behalf of a client.
Mr. Bemis, you just told us you're an owner.
Yeah, yes, I am one of 3. Yes. A future owner.
You're going to buy the house when they finish it, correct?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a financial interest in it.
I think the point is that Jeff mentioned that EDC was the violator, and I think what Zach is trying to get to is that the actual person doing the work, who is the applicant, who is on the ground, is Quality Framing Contractors. I know that's been some miscommunication. I think people see the EDC on the application, automatically think that. So I just want to.
Sorry, yeah, I just said the wrong thing. Yes,
Yeah.
Quality Framing. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Melissa.
As well, I just wanted to make sure that was clarified. So I guess if we're considering the plantings in terms of, in addition to a financial fee, if that's part of that penalty, then I see no reason. can you guys accept the exhibit that I've put forward as part of this application, or does that need to be amended later?
I would, well, I think that we're now getting towards what I was suggesting was the you know, with the land clearing happening without the permit, clearly there's going to be some sort of penalty. The commission has historically, and I'm speaking as a single commissioner here, looked very favorably on mitigation when you know, looking towards penalties and so forth. So I wanted to give you the opportunity, if there was any mitigation that you wanted to propose, to give you the opportunity to do that. I would just, I guess I would suggest that if there's going to be a proposal for some mitigation, one thing that could happen is we could sort of forbear for the moment the discussion on fines. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I would want to get input from the rest of the commission first, but as one possibility, forbear that discussion until we see a proposal of what could take place, because it sounds like you know, you've been involved in discussions with various abutters for the landscaping, and I think that's a very positive aspect. We would like to get some sort of mitigation that pleases the commission and, of course, abutting property owners, if we can do that. If it's something you're interested in and the commission is interested in that particular tack, then great. If not, you know, if not, we can you know, discuss you know, fines instead, or whatever. So I would like to hear first what all of the other commissioners feel on the issue, if that's even a viable proposal. Is there anybody? Yeah.
Well, oh, somebody else is trying to speak. I'll wait.
I think it's just your echo, Carl.
Okay, you know, I'm thinking maybe we should both to continue this part of it and then discuss the fines. I mean, is that appropriate? I mean, while we're in the middle of discussing, I don't know what to do because we haven't been here before like this. I mean, this is something like new territory for us, so we're feeling our way through it. Right? Should we? Because I think we're going to have to continue, right? Just for the lack of a signature, right?
That's sort of along the lines of what I was thinking, Carl, because I think any effective mitigation would require Mr. Bemis to, you know, at least engage in conversations with some of the abutters.
Yeah.
As well as, you know, there are some, Sherry identified some defects in the application that had to be remedied before we could even act. Judith, did I see your hand go up?
No, sorry.
Okay. Does anybody else have an opinion on this? In favor, not in favor? Okay. All right, so Mr. Bemis, it sounds like, you know, well, we're going to have to continue it anyhow. Are you interested in, you know, pursuing the path we've kind of discussed here?
Yes, it sounds like I need to reach out to several of the abutters then, and at least see what they're interested in accomplishing.
Okay. Okay. And then it sounds like we have a plan here. Okay, I'm gonna just ask one last time. Is there anybody from the public who has a last comment that or a question they wish to ask at this time? Melissa, do we have any hands up?
I do not see any hands up.
Okay, so we're going to be continuing the hearing. Do we have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And Melissa, a roll call vote?
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes,
Wittes,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
and that's it. It's Mark's gone.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, moving along. Where are we here? Okay, 96 Mount Vickery, Ruby Estates. In accordance with the provisions of the Southborough Stormwater and Erosion Control Bylaw, Southborough Zoning Code, Chapter 170, excuse me, I'm reading the wrong one. In accordance with the Wetlands Protection Act, Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, Southborough Wetlands Bylaw, and Southborough Stormwater and Erosion Control Bylaw, Southborough Conservation Commission will conduct a public hearing on Thursday, January 7th, 2021 at 7:10 p.m. via a virtual Zoom meeting. The commission will consider 6 notices of intent and stormwater management permits for a project located at 96 Mount Vickery Road, to be known as Ruby Estates, map 28, lot 18, for the applicant Bartolini Properties. The project description is construction of a roadway and associated stormwater features for a 6-lot residential subdivision. These public hearings will be held concurrently. This will be a virtual meeting in accordance with orders issued by the governor during the current state of emergency. There will be no in-person attendance by the public. Persons may attend and participate in the hearing by following the Zoom link at southboroughtown.com/remote meeting and to review the meeting material. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I see we have Michael Bartolini and Nathan Mahonen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So as you noted, we got a little echo here.
I also see Jack. Do you guys want me to move up Jack?
Yes, please.
Or is he actually sitting with you, Mike?
He's right next to me, but
Okay.
Technology is not his strong suit. Sorry.
That's what I figured. Okay, just want to make sure. Thanks.
All right, everybody good. So for the record, Nathan Mahonen with Bowler Engineering. As you know, Mike, Jack, and Tony Bartolini there as well with us this evening. Our office has recently submitted some response to comments, revised information prior to the hearing. I know given the timing, there hasn't been any additional review of the new material that was provided to the commission and the peer reviewers. But we wanted to come in front of you this evening to provide an update as to where things stand on the project, and then discuss any additional comments there may be after we kind of provide that update and short presentation we have here for you this evening. Melissa, if you don't mind, I'm going to just do a quick screen share. It's all materials that we submitted with the electronic link, so you should have a copy of everything. But bear with me one moment, and I will get this document on screen here. So that there in front of initially is the site plan for the project, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Since the
screen sharing.
Oh, check that.
There you go.
Oh, better.
It's long, but it's getting there.
So again, right here is the site plan, which I'm sure everybody is familiar with. Since the last meeting, we did file an additional notice of intent for the construction of the roadway and the stormwater infrastructure that was previously discussed. We did earlier this week receive comments from Lucas relative to the separate application. We did take a brief review of those, and those comments do appear minor in nature, and there are several overlaps with the previous reviews that were done for the individual lots and notice of intents that were filed for, which would be anticipated because the project and everything relative to the permit filings are all interrelated. We do feel that most of those comments have already been addressed on the information that's already been submitted and the material that's been provided. However, for the record, we'll provide a formal response letter to those comments that were issued, so that's there and it's on the record. But again, we do feel like most of those comments that came in relative to that additional notice of intent were addressed previously. And if not, it's really more textual in nature and just requires a written response rather than a plan change. Since the last meeting, our office has been working with the applicant to address comments provided by the commission, as well as information provided by the 2 peer review consultants. for both the NOIs and the SMPs. I'll keep my update for both of those reviews pretty short, but obviously happy to go in any depth on any specific details or information you might have relative to those comments from the reviewers or any information that we might have provided. In general, the comments from Fuss and O'Neill were pretty technical in nature, or asking for additional information for the file or to supplement the file relative to the SMP or NOI requirements. And we feel that basically those comments have been addressed with the new submission and additional material that was provided to the commission. Overall, the project plans didn't require very substantial changes. They were all minimal, and they didn't have any sort of major impact on the overall project design. There were some changes that we need to do relative to details, flow paths, erosion sediment control limits, things of that nature, but no real major changes relative to the Fuss and O'Neill comments. The comments from Lucas, again, were relatively minor in nature. And again, as with the Fuss and O'Neill comments, we feel that those were addressed in the comment responses, as well as the updated information and plans that were provided. One specific comment we did want to present a little bit more detail tonight. I'm just going to switch this over. I just want to make sure that that changed so everyone can see that color-coded exhibit. You can see the green areas and so forth.
Yes.
Awesome. So one of the comments was relative to seeding of the 3-to-1 slopes immediately adjacent to the 20-foot buffer zone. This exhibit here shows the limits of area color-coded in green that are going to be seeded with a New England conservation and wildlife seed mix to provide some additional vegetation and ground cover that is designed to basically be a no maintenance seeding area that will provide a little bit more wildlife habitat value for that side slope. The area to be seeded is approximately 0.4 acres in size. So it's a pretty substantial area adjacent to the buffer zone that the applicant is looking at providing this additional seeding and mitigation for adjacent to the 20-foot no-touch buffer. Additionally, at the last meeting, there were some discussions relative to tree removal within the 100-foot buffer zone. Again, I'm going to switch to a separate exhibit that was provided in the application here. Just kind of outlines a little bit more in detail what's already happened on the site and what is going to be removed and what's to remain relative to the 100-foot buffer zone and the current project. So what we have here are areas shown in green, are existing wetland and buffer treat areas that are to remain. What's shown in brown are areas in the 100-foot buffer zone where the trees will be removed. The other areas where there's no color-coded shading in the 100-foot buffer zone have already been previously disturbed, and there's no tree canopy in those areas. As noted, the 20-foot no-touch zone and some additional areas outside that 20-foot no-touch zone are to remain and be undisturbed. This represents approximately 32% of the overall buffer zone that's going to be left in its natural state upon completion of the project. And again, additionally, those side slopes immediately adjacent to the 20-foot no touch buffer zone are going to be seeded with that wildlife seed mix for additional mitigation. And kind of lastly, as part of the update here, there were some clerical items and some additional information that was requested by the commission that was provided in the supplemental documents. One being stockpiles were added to the site plans and erosion sediment control plans to detail where those were anticipated to be. They will be outside the 100-foot buffer zone. And then 2 items relative to signatures and responsible parties. Essentially, the illicit discharge statement and the O&M was signed and provided, and the responsible parties within the O&M as well were updated to list Barlini properties or subsequent designees. Meaning, if that party changes in the future, that the commission would be notified. And that's essentially our update. Again, happy to go into any details on any of the information that was provided if you had the opportunity to look at it, or any of the comments that were presented by Lucas and Fuss and O'Neill, or any additional comments or questions that folks may have here this evening.
Thank you very much. Let's see. First, before I ask the rest of the commissioners, we asked at the last meeting about the flex development that had been proposed to the planning board, and Melissa talked to town planner Karina Quinn to ask her what the rationale was, because we were a little surprised by that. And I've gotten a little bit more information than I believe is correct, was that the flex plan that was proposed, flex plan typically requires 35% of the, I believe the upland area be preserved as open space. And the flex plan proposal here, I think, provided only 18%. My understanding was the planning board was hopeful to approve a flex plan, but is unable to effectively because it just simply didn't meet the standards. I wanted to share that before I forgot. And with that being said, are there any commissioners with questions, comments, or concerns they'd like to bring up?
Hey, Ben, I have a question.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I happened to see the flex plan someplace. I came across it, right? And I liked it because of the reasons it protects the buffer zone, right? That we're concerned with. And now I'm probably going to go out of the box here with this, but I know you're like 18 to 20%, maybe it could be 20% or something like that. But that also is in parallel with our buffer zone, right? That we're very concerned with, right? Maybe other commissioners or somebody else might know. I mean, is it reasonable that that we would support the alternative design to the appeals board to have, because it's doing double duty? Now this, I know I'm way out of the box here suggesting this, that we could accomplish two things, right, with one piece of land, right? And I think even the residents would be happy with that. And then I know that the local residents would be, the existing residents would be happy with that. Is that a possibility, or is that just wild thinking?
I'm frankly, I share the opinion, Carl, but I think our where we are is that we can request it, but we can't require it.
Oh, I understand that. Yeah, I understand. We can't require anything. Yeah, we can't require that. But we probably want to check with the planning board too before we do this, so we don't just absolutely drive them crazy, right? But they, I guess they felt their hands were tied. Maybe we can give them a reason to untie their hands a little bit,
This has been sort of, I mean, I've gotten this secondhand. It's been sort of a game of telephone. So because we discussed it previously, I wanted to make sure I brought it up before I forgot to bring it up.
Yeah, I talked to Freddie Gillespie about this, because as soon as they said open space, I called her up to ask what the backstory was, and I got this is the exact same thing, right? Okay. Yeah, that might be a win-win. I mean, it's probably not, it may not be possible to do that kind of win-win, right? Because of the legal requirements, but I don't even know if the developer was even interested in doing that. I mean, they may say, "Oh no, that's too complicated, and we don't want to do that." But that's,
Yeah, that's when I say we can ask, but we can't require. And I would certainly support making the request. In terms, we do have a filing that's here before us that that we do have to discuss. I'd like to just ask one more time, the commission is, does anyone have comments that they wish to offer?
I have some questions.
Certainly, Sherry.
So my first question is, it was suggested that the info, let me find the sheet, I'm sorry, so everybody can follow what I'm saying. I think it's page, sorry, trying to do C601 of the plans that we just got, where it says the detention basin where it talks about excavating the proposed detention basin to elevation. I have to blow that up. Are you proposing to use that detention basin for construction stormwater temporarily? That's my first question.
Yes, a lot of times, obviously, the final detention basin is obviously in the lower spots of the site, because generally that's how water wants to drain. So typically those areas will be utilized during construction as well for temporary sediment basins. So we'll provide details for use of those areas for temporary sediment basins, and usually spec that they're set higher than the final finished grade, so that when it's getting transferred from a temporary basin to a permanent basin, they can come in, remove any accumulated sediment, bring it down to the depth that it's supposed to be at, scarify it for infiltration purposes, and then finish it out for the actual final product.
So what would be your comment to the fact that the Stormwater Management Handbook for infiltration basins says never use infiltration basins as temporary sediment traps for construction?
I'd have to take a second look at the portion of the handbook that says that. I know we've done this across many sites that have been in front of various commissions and in front of DEP, and haven't received that specific comment. I'd have to look through that particular portion of the handbook again and scour it to look for that specific language, but I know it's somewhat common practice, so.
It's volume 2, chapter 2, page 91. I see it in Westboro sometimes, and that's always, we try to find another location to do that so that the infiltration basin doesn't get affected before it gets used, basically.
And that's one of the reasons why we look at setting it higher, so that they can be excavated out, and that there's, you eliminate that concern for it being impacted and, not being able to, provide its final form, the intended function of the final basin. But let me look at that in a little bit more detail. We can certainly provide a little bit more detailed response for you.
Yeah, just something to that I would appreciate. I'm
Sure, we can provide something in writing so it's on the record.
And then my other comment is, so in that comment, it says, for more details, see CFG06. I think I need glasses. Where is that comment? I can't find that on the sheets.
I'm sorry, it's referring to
detail, right? But which one?
Correct. So it's an erroneous, it's typographical area on the note there, the CFG 601. So we can update the note on that to reference.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So then my second thing is you have a detail for hay bales. I just wanted to make sure those were weed-free. I personally like straw wattles that are weed-free, but if you can ensure that that is put in the notes, or those are weed-free.
Don't allow hay.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan. And then do you have comments back to what DEP had stated about 50 feet away with the detention basin? Have you addressed that?
Not at this point. We just received those comments, I think, just about 3 hours ago. So I have to delve into those a little bit more. I think they're all addressable. We just have to look at them in detail before we provide specific response and information to all of them. Again, I think they came in about an hour before the hearing started. So we need a little bit of time to look at those before we respond.
Oh, I thought it was just me reading them just an hour. Okay, never mind then. Okay, Ben, it's all yours.
Thank you. That actually reminds me, Melissa, in our standard conditions, do we require straw bales? Do we forbid hay bales and require straw bales? I have this distant recollection back when Beth was agent. If it's not in there, it should be.
Yes, no, we forbid hay.
Okay, great, just making sure. Okay, any other commissioners who wish to offer a comment or ask a question?
I have a question on the tree line exhibit. In the previous discussion, it was mentioned that the idea wasn't to just clear everything and that certain trees were going to be left because maybe there were some nice ones. I wonder, is that still the case? And are we going to get a drawing that shows maybe some of the notable trees that will be kept? Or is now the idea to eliminate all trees in let's say the brown regions of the tree line exhibit?
So this just kind of gives an overall view of what's going to be impacted that's currently treed or forested kind of situation here. The developer's intent is still to go in and work the program in kind of a phased approach, the lot and the stormwater first, and then it would be one lot at a time. Each part of those phases, they'd be looking at saving trees where they can, preferably in kind of clumps in the areas that make sense for screening and, for the future homeowners and things of that nature. There's a lot of benefits to it between cost, marketability for the owners, protection for the environment, shade trees and so forth. But it's really something kind of you got to map out as you're doing the construction during the phase to see what's appropriate to save. Because you might mark it on a plan now, and once you get in the field, you might find that there's something wrong with the root system or the tree's half dead or whatnot. So it's something they really like to do and work out in the field. But the intent's not to go through and mass cut. They're going to do it in phases and figure out where they can save mature trees throughout the site.
And so then, yeah, and that aligns with the grading plan. So there's not a plan to sort of regrade a large percentage of that brown area and the associated treed area. Because I assume if you regrade, you have to cut some trees.
Yeah, there's some it's a grading plan that shows generally what the lots are going to look like when the house products are done. As they go through and formalize the location of the houses, those might shift a little bit here or there. It'll all be within the approved limits of work, but they'll basically kind of micro design those lots as you go through. And develop the designs for the septic systems, the building permit plans, so forth, to maintain trees where they can. This is kind of just an overall arching presentation of what the lots are going to look like in a finished product, but they're going to work around, those tree stands and locations where they can and where it makes sense to save them.
Thank you.
Okay, any other commissioners who wish to speak on this?
Only that I still have the concern about the entire buffer area being used. It's either buried or a house put on top of it. And so that was my first reaction to this when I saw this, right? And then I was thinking about this, and then I realized that, yeah, this is probably our own fault, that if there is a fault here of this, is that the commission really hasn't expressed what it is we're looking for in the buffer area. I mean, it's kind of we're a little whimsical on that. So I'm not surprised that we got this, right? But I don't think the intent is to have the entire buffer area buried and built on. I don't think that's the original intent. And I know, Ben, you mentioned earlier with reference to the other project that, what should happen in that buffer area should be in line with the Wetland Protection Act. And maybe now I can't speak to that because I don't have enough detailed knowledge of it, but maybe someone can alleviate my concern here by telling me that this is within the intent of the Wetlands Protection Act. I mean, I'd rather do this now rather than later, because we don't want to argue about this later,
I think the expert that we have with us, Matt, knows the act very well, and I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on that subject, if you would.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Ben. I think a couple things on that. One, let me just ask one clarification question of Nathan first. So on the plan that showed sort of the brown area, that was the area to be cleared within buffer zone, and you stated that approximately 32% of the buffer zone was going to be preserved. Is that right?
Correct.
So those are the areas outside of the brown?
Those would be the areas between the wetland line and the limit of work and tree clearing line as presented on the revised plans.
Okay, so you're not counting that 32% to be the areas that are previously disturbed of the buffer zone?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a number on the previously disturbed areas?
Yes, so the previously disturbed, let me scroll down here, I do have it. So the previously disturbed areas make up approximately 0.7 acres of the buffer zone. And approximately, if this were to be cut in a clear cut fashion, the brown in total would be about an acre of land. But again, that's not the intent. The applicant's going to work to maintain vegetation and trees where they can. But that area that's shown in brown is roughly about an acre, and the areas that were previously disturbed, again, is around 0.67, 0.7 acres.
Okay. And also, just for clarification, the photo that you show on the plan there of all the logs stacked up, that's not an existing condition.
This is a photo of what's down here in this area that was previously disturbed.
When was that photo taken?
Mike, do you happen to know the date or time frame for that photo?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but I think the last time the logger was there was maybe April or May, but the logs are currently gone.
Yeah, because when I was out there, although you can see the area was disturbed, it's
Right,
already somewhat recovering.
So historically, it's been a logging facility since like World War II. So they've been logging this for a long time.
Okay, just want some clarification on that. To get back, I guess to the question about the work in the buffer zone and sort of showing the clear cutting, as the commission knows, they have jurisdiction over the 100-foot buffer zone and can make whatever requirements they deem necessary to protect the interests of the act and the bylaw interests. In my opinion, sort of this approach of we're going to show basically blowing the whole thing away, but don't worry, we'll come back and we're going to preserve some of the trees and we're going to tweak the grading and we're going to micro design, I think was the term, the final lots, to me isn't terribly consistent with requesting the permit. If this was sort of a 60 lot subdivision and they were just in doing the roads and they were showing something very conceptual where the house lots were going to be, knowing that they were going to have to come back with individual notices of intent for each house lot, then I think something like that would be appropriate, just kind of, giving the commission a rough idea. But here, where we have individual notices of intent for each one of these houses, to me, the commission is well within their rights to say, we don't want to know, we don't like this blow it all away and build a house on it approach. And if that's not what you're going to do, we want to know what you're going to do. Now, if in the process right now they were to go out and do a tree inventory, and let's say they identify 10 nice mature trees that are someone deems to be worthy of saving, and the design can be tweaked now to show those areas to be preserved. And then when time comes for construction, there's been a storm and the tree is damaged or something. Okay, well then that's the time to amend the permit or talk to Melissa about it turns out we couldn't save this tree for whatever reason. I think that's fine, but I think the commission is well within their rights to say we want to see what you're actually going to do on these lots now, especially if you don't like what's being shown on the plan now. You're within your rights to require that. That's what this whole process is for, in my opinion.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Yep.
Okay, anybody on the commission with further comments before we open this up to the public? Okay. Melissa, would you like to scan for hands up?
Yes, if anyone would like to comment, please use the raise hand feature. I see two as of right now, and the first one was Jason Kurtz. Jason, you should be all set to unmute.
Hi, my name's Jason Kurtz. I'm an abutter at 168 Middle Road. Some of the questions I had about this project pertain to, a lot of it pertains to water. The current configuration that I've seen of the drawings that were at least submitted to planning, I don't know if all of the same drawings are submitted to this board or not, but the ones that are most easily for me to utilize, because there was a lot of information on the ones from planning, involve around the clear cutting percentages that were stated earlier. There's 5.39 acres of buildable lot out of this, because 2.24 is wetlands, which are excluded from the lot calculations according to open space. Of those, 0.21 acres are roads, buildings, and impervious surfaces right now, and I would anticipate at least that much, minimally, would remain, which means that there is 5.18 acres that is listed on the documents provided by Bowler as being forest before, and then proposed after that would be forest would be 0.9 acres, which means it's 83% they're going through clearing it, changing the grades. According to the documents of the Bowler on this C401, which shows all the grading, shows that they're basically raising the entire lot, over the majority of it 5 to 6 feet, with the exception of, it appears maybe 10 to 12 feet next to the 20-foot buffer zone line. They do a steep slope off from 305, 304, all the way down to the water or the wetlands level, which is 299. But there's areas of this lot that, are changing from 305 to 311, 312. So they're raising a huge portion of the lot, which changes a lot of, obviously, the direction of water, but makes for a steep slope off towards the wetlands. I'm curious how that, steep slope configuration works with the statistics that they had put in place in one of their documents that states that they're trying to keep a maximum of a 3-to-1 slope, which I'm not sure. I'll leave it to the professionals at Bowler to make the 3-to-1 slope work on that area that's kind of sloping off very steeply towards the wetlands. The clear cut fill document that they've provided previously for the analysis shows how much they're actually filling, which is a little bit of a concern from my end, because for our property sits on a much lower level. So when they talk about the amount of water infiltration due to the septic systems, and that, they're saying on a daily basis, 2,640 gallons per day are expected of water flow to come from the new development. Well, the water's got to go somewhere, which in my mind means that all of the area around us that has water, the table already fairly high, is just going to get higher. So it's an extreme concern from our end of things in terms of the water control measures, as well as just the general water infiltration, due to the fact that each individual house, it's estimated, is going to be generating 440 gallons per day. And that's outside of the water runoff from the streets and the houses and the driveways that is going to be transferred down through the spillway and what have you. So those were the touching points that I wanted to ask about, and how it's being addressed, because it appears to me that, like, the amount of water that's being introduced to the site cannot be necessarily accommodated, can't be controlled at the way that they're speaking, without really drastically raising the water level of the general area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kurtz. Before I turn this over to Mr. Mahonen to respond to some of your concerns, one thing I'd like to point out is that the engineering on this project, on a project of this size, we have an independent engineer that we hired to review the work of the applicant's engineer. This independent engineer works for the commission to give us an objective review of the engineering materials. With that being said, Mr. Mahonen, would you like to address Mr. Kurtz's concerns, in particular with regards to groundwater?
Yeah, to address the first comment relative to the slopes, the maximum slope that's shown on any of the plans is 3 to 1. It's pretty typical for a maximum slope of this development. It's more maintainable, but they are maxed at 3 to 1. Relative to water management, stormwater management, as you just mentioned there, the project is being reviewed by Fussin and O'Neill as part of the peer review. They have asked us to make some minor changes to the plans relative to their review, which we have done and resubmitted. The project itself is in full compliance with DEP stormwater management standards relative to rates of runoff and recharge of stormwater and water into the ground to make sure that we are approximating what's done under existing conditions. And just to clarify on the septic ends of things, again, that water is water that's piped and flowed to the leaching fields themselves for treatment and infiltration back into the ground. That's 264 gallons per day for the whole entire site. When you look at it on a basis of a site this size, it's really not a lot of water being introduced into the ground as it comes to septic flows. Those systems will have their own independent review by the Board of Health so that they are designed appropriately for groundwater protection relative to the Board of Health and Title V standards. So.
Thank you. Melissa, the next raised hand.
Yes, next up is Alex. You should be able to unmute yourself. Just be sure to say your name and address for the record.
My name is Alex Rickard. We're at 97 Mount Vickery Road. And I have a couple questions one of them is along the lines that was just brought up. Given the wet weather we've had recently, my first question is concerning the hydrology calculations for the groundwater here. And particularly, were the wet soil conditions taken in consideration? Because during the wet season, as was indicated previously, the ground soil is saturated and standing water is common. So have these, not just the dry conditions, the dry soil conditions, but the saturated wet soil conditions, or as we have now, the in-situ field conditions, have they been taken in consideration to make sure that the flooding will not be exacerbated? Second question I have is along the after build view conditions. As we currently abut and live across, we've definitely enjoyed the view that we have now. After the development is built, is there going to be any sort of landscaping on Mount Vickery Road that's going to be in place so that we don't have a new view that's going to be somewhat or solely comprised of someone's garage or house side? And lastly, just out of curiosity, so I think in one of the previous meetings it was mentioned that there's going to be the responsibility either of the homeowners or an HOA to make sure these water runoff mitigation systems are taken care of. Is that just something that's informal, that's relayed to the new homeowners, or is that something that's more enforceable just to make sure that they are taken care of and they don't get in a state of disrepair? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mahonen.
Certainly. So to kind of touch on the first one the last one first here, excuse me. There is an operation and maintenance plan that's put into place in accordance with local and state standards to talk about the care and maintenance of the stormwater facilities. These are typically on file with the homeowners association, and there's somebody responsible for making sure that this plan and maintenance is followed. It's a general procedure, and everything that's been provided in the O&M plan is in accordance with, again, state and local guidelines. Relative to the flooding, again, the project's been designed in accordance with DEP standards relative to stormwater control. That does include calculations relative to rates of runoff and how those affect downstream properties relative to flooding and potential flooding impacts. The site, again, is in compliance with those standards. We did make some minor changes relative to some comments from Fuss and O'Neill, which they, again, have not had the opportunity to re-review again, but there weren't any substantive changes. There were really minor tweaks and adjustments to the calculations and analysis that we had provided. So we're confident that the system as proposed is in compliance with those standards and will not increase or provide any sort of additional downstream flooding impacts. Relative to the landscaping on Mount Vickery, understand your concerns there. I know that the developer will be working with the homeowner to provide additional landscaping on each lot in the areas around each home as they're developed. And that would be the intent on each lot. There are some additional trees that will be provided on Lansom Drive, in particular a couple close to the entrance, here at the corner. But that's the general intent for landscaping at this time.
So on that first question I had, I'm not quite sure I received the answer I was not necessarily looking for, but just to make sure I understand. So when those hydrology calculations are taken in place, is the soil that's taken in consideration for those calculations, is it dry or wet or saturated? Because right now, as was mentioned, we've got standing water out there. So I'm just curious, just so I can understand how those calculations are taken in place. Is it a dry or a medium between, the dry and the saturated soil conditions?
Certainly, the software that's used on it takes into account various factors between land cover and soils and so forth. And it's generally what's considered a hydraulic conductivity or saturated hydraulic conductivity rate. That's a rate that's determined by the state based upon the soil conditions and the types of soils that are out there. So it's not exactly a fully what you might say, if you've got a high water table because you've had a real wet year, and it's not really a real dry condition. It's a rate that's determined by essentially soil scientists and so forth who have done studies over the rate at which water can pass through the soil. It's really probably more technical answer than you're looking for, but essentially it's not a yes or no answer. It's kind of right in the middle.
Perfect. Yeah, that's what I was curious about, and that answers my question. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Melissa, the next hand.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. First, do we have any questions or comments from the commission?
Ben, I have one other
Yes,
question
please.
about the process. It sounds as though it's being put forward as a two-step process. One is to do the road, and then the houses would be done as a group, I guess, not individually, but as a group. Is that right?
The houses, we have 5 individual notices of intent that
okay.
we will act on individually. So we have 6 notices of intent because one of them is for the road.
Okay. My question is about, it's my concern is about this buffer area and the impact that could have on the homes, right? Is that if we approve the road, we've kind of essentially painted ourselves, and everybody's painted themselves into a corner, right? And that it might be a good idea because we don't want to get, once the road's in, then it gets really contentious because it's a big investment, right? Is that we get this buffer area resolved and before the road gets approved, because I don't, it's going to be hard enough But if the road's in there, it's gonna be even harder to get this resolved because it paints a corner, so. I don't know if anybody has comments about that, but.
I would say also my expectation would be that we wouldn't act on the roadway until we were satisfied with the house lots, because everything is too interdependent on each other. And I would anticipate that at some point in the future, whatever action we take, it would be 6 votes in a row.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Does anyone have comments to offer, particularly in respect with to what Matt discussed earlier with regards to the individual notices of intent and their impacts within the buffer zone? Does anyone feel that we require more information to make an informed decision on these individual lots? I will say that I do feel that we need a little bit more information.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Carl.
I totally agree. I mean, this is a substantial impact here on the buffer area. I mean, one of the biggest I've ever seen in the 5 years, that have been here. This is, so I would like to see a lot more detail. I'd like to talk about it some more. I know the developer's probably not happy with doing that, but I would like to do that. Just do it now rather than, and come to agreement, and then rather not, be unhappy or anything afterwards, so.
From my perspective, the preservation of trees where possible provides a huge ecological benefit to the wetland, and leaving it as a sort of a construction phase roll of the dice. We don't know what we're going to end up with. I would like to have a firmer handle, for my part, on what the finished project is going to look like, in particular with respect to the trees that are preserved.
Yeah. Also, we could be more proactive in making it a better habitat by planting some more trees, because it's going to be here for a while. That plantings where there are no plantings now could, be like a mitigation, right? So.
I'll say I do like that they've given us the drawing showing all of the native plants that they want to put on sort of the buffer to the 20-foot buffer. So I think that's really good, and that's a good step. But I totally agree that it would be nice to have more information on where are the notable trees in the buffer zone that we can put a couple points on the map, that we're going to protect these.
To the chair.
Yes.
So I just to follow up, I guess, on my comment, if the commission does decide to require additional information for the buffer zone, I think it's would make sense to give the applicant some guidance on, are you looking for survey of any tree greater than 6 inches, 12 inches, what have you, and sort of give a little bit of specificity on what you're looking for, just so that they know what they need to do, and not just kind of be guessing.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, would anyone like to offer some input on that? It's
public comments.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff.
I was just saying we're getting some public comments, so maybe, I don't know if people want to raise their hand.
Yeah, Melissa, are there hands up? If there are, we'll certainly.
There are 2 hands up. It's the same people who spoke previously, and then there's one new one as well. So I'll go in order. The first one was Alex again.
Okay.
So this is Alex's wife, Terry, so same address, 97 Mount Vickery. I just had a follow-up question on his HRA question. So I guess I'm concerned with that. because, so my understanding of an HRA is that the 6 owners make up the HRA. They must have to contribute money, pay an HRA fee, and somebody has to be the president or responsible, and then those people would then have to pay whoever it is that's going to come and do this work. But there's no guarantee that any of that's going to happen. You're talking about 6 people. What if nobody wants to take that responsibility? So I guess for me personally, like if it was a much bigger neighborhood, 60 people, obviously somebody's gonna, volunteer to do it. But I've been in HRAs before. People don't pay the fees and there's no recourse, like they don't pay them, they don't pay them. So I guess for me, knowing that that's the solution, it doesn't seem like a solid solution. It just concerns me.
This is Alex again. And there, I know, if I recall, and I could be incorrect on this, there was a similar example on a Richards Road issue where they weren't taking care of their water retention or mitigations weren't taken care of for 10 to 20 years, I believe.
I recall from last meeting what you're discussing. So the reason that I'll tell you the reason that it works this way. And that is that the only other alternative is that the town of Southborough take over all of the drainage infrastructure and be responsible for its maintenance. And the cost of that adds up and increases tax bills. And it's been the decision of the town to put those costs with the properties that are generating the costs. I think that's the rationale for it. Now, assigning these responsibilities to an HOA, this is something that's the operation and maintenance plan is recorded with the deeds to the properties, as well as the deed to the right of way. And if there is a problem in the future, that provides a target for the town to go after to enforce the maintenance. I'm not going to claim that it's a perfect solution, but it's frankly, it's the only one that's available to us.
Ben, I think from memory, what I think can happen is an incentive for people to do this, is that the town can turn it over to an independent attorney to get the work done. Yeah, that ought to scare people. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
And I'll also add on the office side, I'm working on a kind of automatic system to ensure that these projects that we permitted with the stormwater bylaw and mostly subdivisions that require these ongoing inspections and reports to be submitted to the commission, typically yearly, to ensure that these are done. So moving forward, I think we have a much better system in place to ensure those yearly inspection reports are being submitted and recorded by the homeowners and to the Concom.
Yes. So I should say this has been, identified as something that in the past has occasionally been a trouble spot, and Melissa has taken the reins and is putting in place a system for it to be kept track of, so that things don't just fall off the table's edge and get forgotten about.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Melissa.
You go, Melissa.
Thank you.
Hey, we had another hand up.
Yes. The next person is Jason Kurtz.
Kurtz.
Hi, Jason Kurtz again. I wanted to just follow up real quickly in regards to we'll try and save a tree here or there. My question really pertains to how can you, how would you be able to save the trees because I'm looking at C401 again, which is the grading and drainage. And it looks like nearly 90 or more % of the buffer zone has the grade raised anywhere from, 2 to 3, 4 foot higher than its existing grade, you would bury the tree roots and suffocate the trees. If I'm accurate in my understanding of how the tree roots, work. So I'm curious how the regrading and raising almost the entire buffer zone up, creating more of this like plateau, how you're able to claim that you would be able to try and pick a tree here or there. It just seems very unlikely that would occur, or you would end up killing a tree if you ended up raising the grade all around its root system. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think this is exactly why we need some more information on the individual notices of intent on the lots. To address your specific concern, where there's 6 feet of fill, you simply can't. Where there's somewhat less, I can tell you on my property, I've got half a dozen tree wells that keep the trees, healthy. And then where trees can't be preserved, we can talk about replanting within the buffer zone.
Ben, bring us back to the original question that Matt brought forward about giving them guidance on what we want. It kind of stopped us in our tracks. Right? So what size trees do we want them to delineate, and what kind of guidance do we want to give them on that? I mean, let me just, anything bigger than 2 inches in diameter. How about that for a start? I mean, is that an unreasonable request?
Matt, you started to speak also.
Yeah, and I think I can follow up on what Carl was saying as well. But to address the question of from the public, I think the purpose of doing the tree survey would drive understanding where, if there are any large and significant trees that are worthwhile saving, but it potentially would impact the proposed grading on the site. That if there was a large tree that the commission decided this is a valuable tree that should not be cut down, and that a tree well wouldn't work to save it. I mean, certainly tree wells can work in some conditions. But yeah, I mean, the applicant might be required to really rework the grading and not potentially have as much fill and work more with the existing grades on the site, as opposed to just kind of leveling everything and rather than working with the topography, I guess what I'm saying is being required to work with the topography and not just redo the whole site and start fresh, essentially. So sort of with that in mind, thinking about, okay, if you're identifying trees of, and I think 2-inch diameter is probably a little on the small side, Carl. I mean, that would really be more of a sapling. Trees are considered generally 4-inch diameter and more, and even that may be on the small side, depending on how many trees are out there to be surveyed. But I think part of it too would be, if you have trees out there, having some understanding of, if there are trees of a certain size, what's the drip line, so that you can understand where typically the root structure of a tree falls beneath the drip line. So in order to preserve the tree, you need to not be impacting the drip line of that tree. So that's part of the understanding of it that kind of rolls into the whole grading design of the site and where the houses fall and all that type of stuff, where the septic systems fall. It's obviously very complicated. So I think in collecting their data, it should be, the size and type of the tree, and then some sort of indication on, how much area would need to be preserved, so that they're not just saying, okay, we're going to preserve this 12-inch oak, but we're going to fill to within 5 feet around it. That tree is not going to survive. So I think, I just encourage the applicant to, if the commission wants this, that it should be a thoughtful exercise and not just survey thrown on a plan.
Thank you. My experience with the requirement of a tree survey has ranged from, I believe it's 6 inches in Marlboro. I've also encountered 12 inches. My feeling on it would be, well, first, thinking back to the cover map that we saw earlier on, I believe to the west side of Lamson, the proposed Lamson Drive, most of that is currently not treed, is my recollection of that plan. Is that correct, Mr. Mahonen?
Over.
Okay.
This is the view that we had here.
Okay, so in the areas in brown are currently cleared.
The areas in brown are what is not cleared. The areas that are the aerial photography are what was previously cleared.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Okay, I had it backwards. Okay, you know, yeah. My feeling is, you know, trees 12 inches and greater. I'm curious to hear what other commissioners have to say. Because if this is something we're going to require, we have to give some specific guidance. We can't be, you know, hazy about this. We have to.
Ben, could I comment?
Yeah.
I have a concern about outreaching past our jurisdiction. When I read the bylaw, doing plantings and screening and vista views and stuff like that for trees outside of the 20-foot and outside of actual wetland isn't really called out unless I'm missing that. So to start to set a different precedent with this project because we're kind of feeling push from other projects, I don't know, I'm uncomfortable with that. I understand the need to go through big trees and possibly find, you know, 30-inch diameter. Okay, let's talk about that one. Could we save that? But this kind of exercise and the money that the builders are going to have to put forward to do it, it might be a bit far for us.
I certainly understand the concern, and I'm wrestling with it a little bit myself. Being a notices of intent rather than stormwater management puts us in a little bit of a different category. We've certainly required the preservation of trees on other projects. And with the, as Carl has said, with the very dense development within a really large part of the buffer zone, you know, that has an ecological impact to the wetland. And I think that's the concern of Carl's that I share, and trying to find a path to offer some protection there. I'd love to hear you know, alternatives that folks think might work towards that goal. Yeah, it's a tough one.
So Ben, if I'm to get this right, you're thinking that by preserving some of the large trees, if that's possible, would help in some of the mitigation to the buffer zone? Is that kind of where your head's going?
It is. It is.
And that would be the encouragement for the builder to set forth and do some of that effort.
Yep. Thank you, Russ, for saying it very succinctly.
Yeah, I think I'm all for that. I would encourage us to look at valuable trees, not just to save the bent cockeyed one that's growing to the sun.
Exactly, and that's
I mean, I don't care about those trees. In my mind, those trees have already lost all their value and should be cut down.
I agree, and I think
see way
that's the
too many
detail
that we're saving around town.
Russ, you're not a tree.
And you know, I'm not a tree, but I've planted an awful lot of them, and I understand trees that are broken and are going to be a hazard.
I think that's the detail that I would like to see on the plans. It's hard to I want to capture that with, you know, an actual concise description. So we're not, I don't want to send somebody off on an expensive wild goose chase, and I don't think it has to be. I think if we can summarize this succinctly, you know, we're looking to preserve the sort of the valuable legacy trees that are on the site, And that will, mitigate the really overwhelming impact to the buffer zone in my mind.
Okay, so I'll offer a compromise between Matt's 4 inches and Ben, your 12 inches, which are probably, they both have their own justification. How about 8 inches? There can't be that many trees there. I mean, we're going to spend more time talking about it than it will be to go out and find those trees,
If I could just add to that, as far as the survey, the site is quite open. There's not a lot of understory because of the former use as a logging staging area. So, and Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you could potentially collect quite a bit of data from, a single setup point with survey out there.
That would certainly be the hope.
The other thing too would be, you could say you want greater than 8 inch of just hardwoods and not worry about things like pines.
So, I mean, kind of just to step back on everything, I know there's been a lot of back and forth and discussion here amongst the commission members. To kind of go back to everything and what is being proposed, I know there's been a lot of discussions from folks. I just want to reiterate, it's not an obliteration of the entire buffer zone. We are maintaining the 20 foot as required under the bylaw, and we are maintaining roughly 32% of the buffer zone as vegetated natural state, right? And there are, approximately 0.4 acres, again, of this additional area adjacent to the buffer zone that's being seeded with the conservation wildlife seed mix for restoration of those areas. That's intended to be a no maintenance, no mow area where that's going to allow to provide some additional habitat and essentially function as, kind of part of that area adjacent to the 20 foot no touch and the wetland. If you don't mind for one moment, if you wouldn't mind putting put myself on mute, I'd just like to give the developer a quick call here. If you wouldn't mind for one moment, just so we can talk through some options and some items that you guys have presented, kind of your back and forth discussion.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Ben, even though the applicants are kind of talking amongst themselves, there is one hand up, someone who hasn't spoken. I don't know if you want to take her comment now.
Yes, no, I think we should.
Great. So Jessica Levinson, I believe. Just make sure to say your name and address for the record, please. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so this is Jessica Levinson over at 13 Strawberry Hill Road. And I did want to call in just as a general concern as a property owner in Southborough and as somebody that lives next to a clear-cut Bartolini lot. And I'm trying to get an understanding of how many trees are actually affected, because a buffer line is one thing, but if all of the trees that exist in this land are outside of the buffer, it seems to me the squishiness around, we'll save some, as we develop is a bit concerning. And it's a little bit more concerning because we live in a household next to a lot that was clear cut. I mean, there's I think maybe 5 trees between my house and this clear cut lot from the Bartolinis, and the same on the other side. And so I think, without some sort of specificity, that's the kind of situation that we run the risk of. And it's not just the selfish side of a homeowner who wants privacy, but I can tell you that we have lost owls that we heard every night. We've lost a set of hawks that lived in those trees. We have lost countless birds that used to be present. And it's an ecological impact, whether the trees are straight growing or not. And, and it remains to be seen, or I guess I have a lack of understanding how wild seeds, conservation mixes replace something like trees. And so I just, as a concerned community member, I'd like to get a better understanding and just press and hope that the Conservation Committee really does require some more specificity out of that, not because I want to hamper, people from running a business, but because this does impact the environment and really it's a trickle down to the rest of us because it's our air and our surroundings.
Thank you very much. That's what we're trying to narrow down on and figure out a way to do that very thing.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your service very much.
Thank you. With regards to, I'm looking at this plan before us, with regards to preserving trees in the site, it strikes me that one place where there's an opportunity to do that, even if it may require tree wells, is within the green area that we're looking at, where the grading is less substantial. That slope could be, partially retained by a semicircular tree well, for instance, to preserve, at the very least, some of the bigger trees within that area.
Ben, I think we're perfectly within our right to ask for a survey in the buffer area. Outside the buffer area, that's
okay.
Can I just, I don't know, because we asked for time, so I was just like, you're having a meeting and we're not like a part of it.
We
so
can't.
I can't.
Okay.
It's like, I don't really feel like it's fair that we're still discussing the property.
Okay, we're in a tough spot where we also, have a number of attendees who are also watching the meeting, but I'll tell you what.
Well, I mean, I understand, but I can't be in the same room as my engineer and you're asking for some.
Understood. So I'm going to propose that we take a short recess. It can't be very long, but I'll propose that we take a short recess.
Sure, I think my father would like to respond to the last.
Understood and expected. And just like a 3 or 4 minute recess.
Sure.
Okay, can we do that?
I want to respond now. I just wanted to speak to the property on Strawberry Hill. We were called by the people that bought the house next door, and they asked me what was going on before she bought her house. And I said, I'm going to build a house next door for my nephew, and that the tree's going to have to come down. And I said, we will try to save the trees on the lot line. And lo and behold, her lawn is across the lot line. I mean, we can't save trees if everybody's cutting trees down. I really think we're being held to a different standard here all of a sudden. And I hear what's going on. This whole night has been like that. But the fact of the matter is, when people call me and say, well, I'm thinking about building a house next to your lot, and I say, well, I'm going to build a house there. The house is going to be 80 feet long and 30 feet wide, just like yours. And we're going to cut the trees down for the appropriate amount for septic system, water, and everything else. And we do that, and then everybody's upset. I mean, I can't be more honest than that, Ben. I mean, we try to stand by our reputation and do whatever. But, half the people want to buy a house from me, and the other half don't want us there. I mean, maybe I'm getting a little excited over this, but we told you what we were doing, just like we're telling everybody here what we're doing. And we're trying to do the right things, and we're trying to talk. And it's very, very difficult during this COVID thing. Usually I'd be in the same room with you, and I'd have my engineer next to me, and all the abutters would be here, and we could talk, but we can't. So we're trying to talk to the engineer, and we still have people talking. I don't know if they were for us or against us, or maybe I shouldn't have said so much, but we're trying to talk to people, but we're only going by the same rules that we all live by, both you, me, and everybody, existing homeowners or whatever. It's the same thing. The buffer zone is just not for a new development. The buffer zone also goes for existing houses also. So, I mean, we're all kind of in this boat together, and we're trying to do the best we can. So all we wanted was 5 minutes to talk to the engineer, and I'm sorry.
No, you're correct. It's a difficult situation. We're all feeling our way through it. So, I'd like to give you the time to speak with your engineer. If you'd like to take a short recess, we can do that. It's already 9:30 at night. We can't do a very long one, but
We were actually able to wrap up while Jack was speaking with the commission there, so we can continue. So essentially what it is, I just went through and kind of reiterated what the amount of the buffer that they're actually already preserving in the natural state, over 30% there, plus the additional, seeded area that's going to be adjacent to the buffer zone is going to be no maintenance. But per our discussions, what we're going to do is we're going to kind of take an additional look at the area behind the homes to see what we can do to reduce the fill in those areas and kind of tighten up the limits and try to preserve more buffer zone in those areas. We're going to take a harder look at that with the developer and see what we can do. Not promising any sort of drastic change, but we're going to take a tight look at it and see what we can do. It might be a couple percentage points here or there, but we'll certainly look at it and see what we can do to kind of preserve some more buffer behind those homes. In addition to that, we'll take a look at the site and identify what we consider would be major trees that we would target to save. And we'll put those on the plan. Again, those would be potentially trees that we would want to save because of their size, the nature, type of species, whatever it may be. But it's not a guarantee to save it. Fast forward a year from now, that tree that we identified could be damaged for various different reasons, from insects, lightning strike, whatever it may be. That tree may end up need to be taken down. But we can certainly put trees on there that we would want to target to save as part of the development.
Are you going to use a specific standard on which type of tree, how big? Because we were talking about how big. Do you have a number of what diameter of tree you would survey?
I don't. The 2-inch, obviously, I agree with Matt. It's kind of like the sapling size.
I know. I was poking away.
Yeah. I understand, but you're talking trying to get some of the more mature trees. I think something towards the really, it's kind of hard to put a finger on it without kind of seeing what's out there. We'd be looking to try to save probably more of the deciduous type if you're looking for a species rather than the evergreen. But
we want a map. We just like to have a map, and I don't think there'd be any problem with that. We have a map of it, and then we won't get into, well, did you include all the trees or anything? Yeah. It's not that difficult.
It would be a map. It would be on the plan. It would show the size and the species and the location. And again, I don't think there's a specific size that we're targeting, but we would be looking at what species and what location works to try to.
Does the commission want to give them a size?
I'd like to sort of poll the commission on what commissioners feels appropriate. Do folks feel that we should be seeking a tree survey of trees above X size within the buffer zone? And please, some guidance from the rest of the commission would be very welcome here. If you don't feel it's required, it's something that you need to make an informed decision, please tell us. And, if you do, I'd love to hear what you think an appropriate standard would be. Excuse me.
If you're looking for trees, anything healthy, deciduous, would totally be fine with me. If you actually physically need a number, I'd say 20 and above. I'd be so comfortable with.
Okay, could anybody else offer an opinion on some specific guidance here?
Well, you got me thinking now. And really what we're after, I think, is the legacy trees. And I'm trying to think, when I was building my driveway, what did I try to work around? And it's a beautiful crown, because there's so many trees in Southborough where they're all at the same age. So there's very few with the good crown. So that's definitely something you want to be looking at. Size though, certainly above 15 inches. It's a mature tree is what we're after saving, I think.
Okay. Anybody else? Because, if we're going to ask for this, I feel like we need to give some specific guidance. It's not fair to be hazy, and it doesn't really help anybody out. We've heard 15, we've heard 20, we've heard 6, we've heard 12. We're sort of all over the map here.
I mean, Matt spent quite a bit of time walking the property to get the wetlands line, right? I mean,
yeah,
I have no intuition. I haven't walked it, how many trees at, 8 inches, 12 inches and 15 and what the inherent expense would be. So I would like to hear from Matt if he has an opinion on what would be reasonable given what he's actually, what he's seen there.
If I may,
or
actually
anybody else.
chime in quickly. I think the conversations on the large, healthy legacy, quote unquote trees, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think the 15 inches really sounds like a reasonable size.
I would like, Jeff, that's a great idea. I would also like to ask Matt, you've spent certainly more time on the site than the rest of us have been able to. Your sort of estimation of the tree inventory out there.
Yeah, I would say that in the 12 to 15 inch range, I don't recall there being any like really big, 30 inch oaks that, are 250 years old and kind of predate everything. I mean, there could be something out there, but I think most of the stuff is probably going to be somewhat in the same age range. And, I think once you get below 12 inches, it's hard to look at a tree that's smaller than 12 inches and say, oh, that's some sort of a legacy tree. In my opinion, it's probably, it's obviously something that's not going to be terribly old. It's probably going to be, 40 to 50 years old at the most.
Yeah.
So I think somewhere in that 12 to 15 inch range, unless there's something unique as far as species out there that's unusual, that's maybe a little bit smaller, that that the applicant looks at and says, oh, that's a really nice type of tree, that's the type of thing we would like to preserve because it helps market the home or something like that, or it happens to be in a higher location in the landscape where it makes sense to save it because it doesn't need to be graded around as much. I mean, that's part of it, is sort of its location, but I don't think I would go lower than 12 inches, and I don't think I'd go higher than, say, 16 inches. I think in that range is kind of obviously you want to get bigger than that, but I 12 to 16 is sort of the minimum size, I think, for me.
Thank you very much. And then lastly, we certainly have in the past asked to see what's going to be done for landscaping within the buffer zone. Is that something that the commission feels they need to see to make an informed decision on these notices of intent? I see Russ unmute.
I don't. I think we're stepping over our bounds on that a lot, Ben. So I'm
okay.
I'm not happy with planning board's taking that. So
yeah,
that's my position.
Russ, I mean, let's see. As we're talking about protecting the environment, not aesthetics, right?
You know what, Carl? This probably isn't the place for this discussion, but the cultivars part of the whole thing is where my breakdown is. I think they've taken it way too far. I can deal with rhododendrons being out there, but when you're sticking to this cultivar that is probably not even going to live.
Oh, I agree.
We're not doing a good job.
Yeah,
we're not being good stewards to our community.
Yeah. I absolutely agree with you. I mean, they're going to plant stuff. It should be native. I mean, sure.
Okay, so it sounds like, and I think Russ's proposal of 15 inch and up And certainly if there are any trees out there that, as Matt said, you feel would be particularly beneficial to the site, you'd like to propose for attempting to retain that also.
Understood.
Okay.
Ben, just one thought on the landscaping thing. I think the only exception to that would be is if they are proposing any trees that are meant as mitigation, then obviously I think those should be shown, because if it's mitigation, then it may need some sort of, understanding of where they're going and success rate on those.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Mitigation, absolutely.
And as we said earlier, earlier in the meeting and many other meetings, that type of mitigation is something the commission finds very valuable. And when we get into elements of negotiating conditions and so forth, I think it's always a positive step. I'll just leave that at that. All right. Is there anything else that any commissioner wants to say or comment on? Do we have any last comments from the public?
No hands.
No hands. Okay, it looks like we're looking to continue to our next scheduled meeting. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And a roll call vote, Melissa?
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Heat,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yeah.
Wittes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I think I see our chair is back. There we are. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Oh, you missed the fun.
Sounds like it's been busy.
Yes. So we're at 117 Framingham Road now.
Shall I go ahead and read?
Sure, but yeah, if you'd like to take over.
Okay, sure. Okay, 117 Framingham Road, NOI, in accordance with the Wetlands Protection Act, Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Southfield Wetlands Bylaw, the Southfield Conservation Commission will conduct a public hearing on Thursday, January 7, 2021 at 7:20 p.m., a little later than that, via its virtual Zoom meeting. The commission will consider a notice of intent for a project located at 117 Framingham Road, map 75, lot 39. The applicant Lawrence Oliverio. The project description is construction of an addition of an existing barn for an indoor pool. This will be a virtual meeting in accordance with the orders issued by the governor during the current state of emergency. There'll be no in-person attendance by the public. Persons may attend and participate in the hearing by following the Zoom link at southboroughtown.com/remote meetings and to review meeting material. Do we have an applicant?
There we go. Sorry, I was muted. This is
hi,
Vito
Vito.
Colonna. Good evening.
Vito.
It's been kind of a long night here, but hopefully this will be a little easier. So we're here on behalf of the applicant for 117 Framingham Road. As you can see, there's the existing houses there. Right now it's built out. There's an existing barn, a small cottage. They have several, pens, paddocks on the property. They have alpacas and emus and chickens on the site. So it's I'm sure you're all familiar with it, driven by it a lot of times. I've seen the site. There are wetlands on basically the north and south side of the property. They're associated with an intermittent stream, and they're actually connected through a 12-inch culvert kind of to the rear of the property that connects those two wetlands together. So the proposal itself is an addition off of the existing barn. A portion of that barn structure would be removed, and then there would be the construction of a addition. It's about 2,900 square feet of new building area. And then the remaining barn itself would remain, to do some rehab to it just to fix it up, but it would remain in the barn use for the remainder of the farm property out there. Let's see. Oh, so the purpose of the addition would include a lap pool for the owners for exercise. And the only other portion of the work that kind of we're proposing would be a connection to the existing septic system also. That's out the front of the building. And most of that is outside the buffer, but there's a little portion that does connect into the buffer where we're doing some trenching work. Access for the work would probably become around the side of the building, around the side of the garage, that lower portion. So we've shown the straw bales or the straw wattles with silt fence going around there to protect that area. They're gonna need access to both sides of the building to put the foundations and do all the construction. Overall, we're about 11,500 square feet, I think, of disturbance within the buffer. And the closest point is of the building is 30 feet, and the closest point of disturbance is just outside the 20-foot no touch, back in that kind of rear corner of the building over there. We did get the review in from Matt the other day, and we had a chance to respond, but not until today. I think that this is actually the updated plan right here that Melissa has up on the screen. There were a couple comments, and we can kind of go through those just quickly. Just the comments on the delineation. Matt had a few comments on the delineation of wetland flags to the south near the entrance to the culvert. It was basically just deleting some flags and connecting two of them together. So we had done that. And then on the north side, I know that's where I think the alpacas are in that pen. I'm not sure if that's that pen. So I know you didn't get a chance to really go in that area. But I thought you had some questions on that delineation. It is kind of far outside the limit of work. So, I don't know if that's something that we could just put in the conditions it wasn't reviewed, or if you need to, we can always coordinate a time with the owner that we can get in there and take a look. I know it's up in that far corner you had questions on.
Yeah, I think in that area, Vito, and for the commission, I don't think it would change your review of the project really. So if you just wanted to say that that portion of the boundary isn't approved technically under this filing, that would probably be an appropriate way to handle it.
Okay.
As opposed to me going out there, despite the fact I'd like to get a closer look at those alpacas.
Yeah. I didn't get to see the emus. I kind of wanted to see those, but let's see.
That's cute.
Let's see. Oh, okay. So then on the item 2 was just basically calling out on the plan that we are going to take part of the barn down to get the structure of the addition. So we did call that out. It's just that wing on the north side of the barn. Yep, right in that area. Just that would be removed and disposed of off-site. And then number 3 on the data sheets for the delineation, I contacted Marianne DePinto, who did the delineation. Fortunately, she's down in Florida. She'll be back on the 19th, I think. She said she could put them together after that. So we won't have those for this meeting, but she said she could definitely put those together when she gets back. Number 4 is just about the intermittent stream. Just Matt had double checked that it didn't qualify as a perennial stream under the stream stats analysis. And number 5 was about the discharges from the pool. And I asked the applicant today just for a little more information on the pool. I think you supplied a little bit to Melissa also. They were going to do one of the saltwater pools rather than just at the typical chlorine. And since it's indoors, they didn't feel that there'd be too much need for large scale pumping of it. In the winter, it doesn't get drained down at all or anything like that. It stays full. So the only discharge would be the occasional backwash, and that being from the saltwater pool. They just said that they would keep that outside, the discharge point outside the buffer. We do have some locations that are outside the buffer that they could get those to. A typical backwash, it runs for, maybe a minute or so. It isn't a terrible amount of water either. So they would just thought they would be able to keep that outside the buffer and let it discharge over land, and let that naturally percolate in, especially with the salt water versus the typical chlorine. see, then just comment 6 was on the erosion control barriers, just reiterating that we had the weed free and the wattles with the silt fence around the perimeter. And the last one was related to the DEP file number. We did get a file number late today. Luckily, it just came in. I think it got copied to Melissa also. And that was the comments from Matt. I guess we could open it up and take comments from everyone else.
Okay. Matt, do you have any further commentary based on the updates that made to the plan?
No, I think all my comments were addressed unless the commission wanted to see something on the plan as far as that discharge point for the pool backwash water.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, concerns from commission members? Yes, Ben.
Yeah, just single family residence, so it's standards met to the maximum extent practicable. One thing we typically ask for in circumstances like this is rooftop infiltration. We are on Framingham Road, where these wetlands drain to an outstanding resource water. I would love to see rooftop infiltration of of 1 inch over the newly added impervious.
Okay. I think, is Ted Gowdy, is he on the call right now?
I am.
Okay, I didn't know if you were activated as a panelist or not.
Yep.
Do you know if they were going to have gutters on the new addition, and if that's something that they may go for as far as the infiltration for rooftop if we added a dry well?
Yeah, I believe we are going to have gutters. The existing building has gutters, so I believe the new building's going to, or the addition's going to have gutters.
Okay.
And certainly we can do an infiltration basin.
Okay, that's great.
That was my only concern. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, any others? Silence looks like no. I mean, in terms of backwash, from my perspective, where it is an indoor pool, it's not going to be getting filled up by rainwater or anything like that. I think the amount of times you have to backwash and the amount of time it takes to do that and the water amount is minimal.
I was just looking at the plan and the most convenient spot to do the backwash would actually be out the back, kind of at that joint where near the barn, but out that back side. I know it's inside the buffer, but like you say, as it's not a terrible amount of water, is that an acceptable location? It would probably be 75 to 80 feet from the edge of wetland, and it's over that grassed area. It's just thinking if you were trying to do it outside the buffer, you'd be up this front area near the driveways and everything. We could keep it as far as possible. Wouldn't put it out that back corner, obviously, where we're tight to the wetland. Is that something we could, kind of where your cursor is, just down a little bit, or even that side, we could put it out that side. Just try to keep it, would just want to get to this grassed area. I was thinking down the south side of the page, even further, like on that little left. Yep, right around in there. Yeah, I was thinking somewhere down in there probably, just to kind of keep it as far as we could, but in a convenient location.
And you said it's salt water, not chlorine, right?
Yeah, it is. It's salt water.
Yeah.
I think it would work.
If you had the dry well, could you just send it into the dry well, Vito?
Yeah, we can do it that way too.
Well, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yep, because that's probably where the dry well would come out to. So I'm probably going to put it right in that area.
The salt concentration in these pools is very low, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can take a mouthful, you can't even taste it.
Okay.
I'm just thinking on, I'm just trying to think on the, in my head on the backwash water, if that could somehow clog up that infiltration system at all, just because, over time, if you're always putting the stuff that was clogging up the filter into the infiltration system, if that would over time slowly.
You know what? Well, it's not stormwater,
right?
But I don't know if we'd be violating standard 1.
Right.
Oh, for TSS removal?
Or untreated storm,
Oh, yeah.
it's a storm, that's untreated stormwater discharge, but we're starting to feel like overland might be, I don't know, I don't feel super strongly about it. I think, Vito, if you're comfortable with the dry well, then
Yeah, if I had a preference, I would probably do it overland, just to not, have any potential to, clog up that dry well. Just because that could last potentially forever, just taking roof runoff. I just my preference. I mean, we can go either way. But
I think that's the safest alternative.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Gregory.
Thank you. I think somehow in one of my projects, I did some research on that, and it's definitely a little weird to be dumping it directly into the underground. It was actually a very gray area with the research that I did. My concern with overland, I like that overland better, but I also know that as human beings, we always want to put a hose on there and then stick it out to the wetland. Just throwing my 2 cents on. Thanks.
Okay.
How do we protect that, right?
I'm sorry?
How do we protect that or stop that from happening?
Well, we can make it a condition.
I know, but it's out the back. It's hidden around the back side of the barn. You don't really think about it.
I don't know.
We go back to what was originally proposed is to take it outside of the buffer area and put it into the other end. That was what was originally suggested.
Yeah.
It would not be in the buffer area, right? It would be you pipe it across. I don't know what you'd have to do because we don't see enough detail here, but it was originally said they would take it outside the buffer area. And that would,
yeah, we can do that if that makes it easier.
I mean, we can make that the condition.
Yeah.
What about putting it into its own dry well?
That would be fine too.
What? Because I like the spot that you indicated on the southeast side of the building is a good location for it on the site. Yeah, in that zone there, a little bit away from. There's barn doors entering the barn on that side as well, so a little bit more towards the corner of the new building. But if we did just a separate dry well, just something simple to dump it into, and let it percolate in and just be done that way.
Is that something the commission would like to?
Yeah.
Okay.
You could potentially have it underground and have less worry of freezing too.
Right.
Yep.
That's a good point.
That's a good point. Okay. So we have a DEP number. Any other reason to keep this open, or can we close it and then, add these as conditions? It is an NOI, so we're gonna be looking for order conditions in this.
are you looking for a motion to close?
Yeah, I think so, unless
So
somebody
moved.
has opposition to that.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
No, I said so moved.
Oh,
Second.
okay. Do I hear a second?
Second?
Okay, all in favor by roll call
Watson,
vote.
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Wittes,
Yes.
Passamato.
Yes. Okay,
All right.
long night for you guys, sorry.
No problem. All right. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, next up is Zero Southville Road. It's an ANRAD. In accordance with the Wetlands Protection Act, Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Southville Wetlands Bylaw, the Southville Conservation Commission will conduct a continued public hearing on Thursday, January 7, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. by a virtual Zoom meeting. The commission will consider an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation for a project located at 0 Southville Road, map 5, lot 8, for the applicant JAH Properties. The project description is confirmation of resource area boundaries.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Wayne Bellick, Land Design Collaborative. How is everyone?
Okay.
Good. Here joined by Scott Jordan. When we last left you on the early part of December, we were sent with a little bit of homework. That was to instruct the property owner to repair the construction fencing, and Matt and Scott were to walk the resource areas as there was some question regarding the limits of the mean annual high water mark. So they did go out there earlier. Before I get to that, I regret to inform you that I failed to reach out to the property owner. I did look at my notes and did do that tonight. So I will be circling back to Melissa. I will, as soon as I hear from them, I may be following up with them tomorrow. Feeling a bit under the weather, so I don't know if I'll be in tomorrow, but I will be circling back to you folks, and I'll be on top of them with respect to that. As I said, Matt and Scott have gone out to the site. And with that, I'd like to just hand it over to Matt and Scott, and they can talk shop. And then I'll weigh in as I feel maybe necessary. Thank you.
Okay. Matt, you want to take point?
Sure. So Scott and I met out on the site to basically evaluate the mean annual high water boundary, which is what the riverfront area is measured from, pretty much in the western portion of the site. So if you look at the plan, the blue line that's shown inside the wetland is the mean annual high water that was originally established, and you can see it kind of ends. It just kind of ends. So when I had gone out there, I felt that one, it needed to be continued, and potentially it was going to be closer to the BVW boundary than I think the applicant believed it was. And that was based on when you're looking at mean annual high water, as you know, you're looking at things called bank full indicators, depending on the type of stream or river that you're looking at. And in this case, is a pretty low gradient river, called a type E, that's sort of very sinuous. So you can get these areas where the floodplain kind of expands off the river, and the mean annual high water can expand quite a bit out of the sort of the traditional banks of the river. And one of the things that we look for in that case, oftentimes, is a change in vegetation, where it goes from sort of predominant woody vegetation, either forested or even shrubby, to sort of more of a marshy situation. So on this site where the mean annual high water flagging ended, was an area that is really becomes quite marshy, purple loosestrife, some cattail, various sedges and rushes, things like that. So I felt that it met the criteria to be mean annual high water, but we met on the site to discuss it, and unfortunately we didn't really come to 100% agreement on it. I think we both listened to each other's point of view and kind of heard what each was saying, but unless something has changed from Scott, I don't think he's necessarily was in full agreement with my opinion out there. So he was going to go back and check with his client as to if we wanted to punt this down the road a little bit to potentially actually see high water conditions in the spring, which we'd expect to see, in March, April, May timeframe. Potentially do some monitoring of that. The applicant can do some monitoring to see, what the high water actually, if it gets in there or not, and try and document that. So I'll let Scott pick it up from there.
Thanks, Matt. Can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Great, fantastic. I don't know if you recall, I had a hard time getting in last time. I agree, Matt, I agree with your assessment. As you mentioned, this is this segment of the river is the lower gradient sinuous section, and there, if the very western portion of the river, I felt like we were, as we walked along, we did have a good establishment of woody vegetation along the bank. And then sort of in the center area, there is the area that's dominated by herbaceous plants. And I certainly respect Matt's opinion. I understand his logic. From my standpoint, I have been out there on at least 2 separate occasions when I thought we were at or near mean on your high water line. I was there on, I think it was March 26th. So that was springtime. And then, you know, we were there, I guess it was the 3rd, January 3rd. And we had just had, you know, a 2.9-inch rainstorm with a foot of snow melt on Christmas. And in fact, I was looking online, I think we've had 6+ inches of rain in the past 30 days. So I think we both thought we were near mean and your high water, at or near. And I was, you know, it's just the fact that I haven't seen that area flooded. A little bit of orthophoto, aerial photo research. Also, I haven't seen that area, you know, flooded, ponded. So my concern is that I guess I would like to actually see it, and probably, you know, Aprilish, late March or Aprilish again, as Matt mentioned, and actually, you know, make sure we get it right. Obviously, folks know that, you know, the riverfront area, the restrictions imposed on the riverfront area, it's important that we get it right. So that was where I was coming from. And again, respect Matt's opinion. And I think that's where we're at.
Yeah, if I could just add one other point to that, Scott mentioned it. It did seem as I think we were both, as he said, we're hopeful that maybe we were at high water when we were going to be out there, and we did see there are some decent boulders out there where you could see the water had been probably about 6 inches higher very recently because the boulders were still wet in those areas, and I just don't see how that topographically how that water wouldn't have back watered into those areas. But we didn't actually see that. We just saw the staining on the rock. So I would agree that pushing this off to kind of think about keeping an eye on rainstorms and snow melt and that type of thing, and trying to get out there and sort of worst case high water conditions and see where it actually falls so that we can get it right. I agree with Scott in that perspective.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, so the recommendation here is to sort of continue the SANRAD until sometime in late March, early April.
In my opinion, to be safe to go for your latest hearing in April, I think that would be safe. Would you agree, Matt? I mean, April is usually the time.
Yeah, I think so. And if for whatever reason, you know, we need to bump it out, we can bump it out. I mean,
April.
Yeah, I think April makes sense for continuing.
Okay.
And I think that date would be April 22nd.
Yeah, we could pop in there starting in March and April, and you know, I'll swing by occasionally, and when I think the opportunity is right, and we'll get it figured out.
Okay,
And obviously just lots of good photographic documentation.
Yeah, we'd try to coordinate if possible together, certainly, Matt.
okay. Is there any other commentary from commission members? We're going to continue the SANRAD until April 22nd, you said, Melissa?
Yes.
Yeah.
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Wittes,
Yes.
Passamato.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you, folks.
Thank you very much.
Chairman.
Good night.
You folks be safe, stay healthy. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Take care.
thanks. All right, so next up is Lot 5 Granule Road. They made a request to withdraw without prejudice.
Yeah, so this was my recommendation. I was talking with Wayne after they had done the perk testing and the soil testing for the septic. And, it didn't go very well. It was very wet out there. I think like most of us probably would have assumed who might have been out there on the site. So instead of, originally they wanted to continue until July. My recommendation would be to accept the withdrawal for now. The applicant representative have agreed to that, and then come when they are ready, when the design and the testing is finished, they resubmit, and then possibly the commission might be open to just waiving the fees, since we've already, as long as it's the same applicant and project. So instead of keeping it on the agenda as a continuance like it has been, it'd be almost a year that it'd probably be on if we just kept continuing it.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay, here's a second.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you, Sherry.
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Wittes,
Yes.
Cosmo.
Yes. Okay, next up is Bigelow Road, NOI. They've asked for continuance.
Correct. And I wrote the incorrect date on there. It is the 28th, not the 23rd. They are meeting with planning board on Monday to discuss parking. I know there was back and forth and if parking was needed, and I believe typically if there's an addition of parking, it has to go through site plan approval. So after the conversation on Monday, I think Robbie and Sulph are going to regroup and see, where they're going to be for that. And they will get back to us at that time, and whether it's a change of plan or if they're going to move forward with an actual site plan, which would require the site survey and stamped engineering plan that we had asked for as well.
Okay.
At the end of this, just getting all the permits will be enough hours for an Eagle project.
Yeah, I have sent an email to Robbie, asking if he still has enough time for his project, and brought up some of the suggestions that the other commissioners had brought for other projects. He's done a fantastic job thus far, and I don't want to discourage him, but at the same time, I want to make sure he gets his Eagle Scout project done, in time and without having to rush.
Yeah, I mean, I really wish that he would get refocused on something that, we need in town. We have stewardship issues in here, things here, there, that would make a great Eagle Scout project instead of building 495. But, this seems like a big undertaking. And so anyways, let's continue it. Do I hear a motion? Okay, your second.
Second.
All in favor?
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Wittes,
Yes.
Cosmato.
Yes.
And then Mark, my only comment for next was, since we're done with the public hearing, seeing if 139 Deerfoot we could talk about now, because there's people here for it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, that's number 5 on newer continued business.
Yes. So let me bring back in Nathan and Pat Flynn from Brendan Homes. So I guess I'll start off while they're loading in. This is the certificate of compliance for 139 Deerfoot. Matt also went out and did a review, and I think since he's been out there, there's been discussion about the stormwater depression that was originally proposed out front. And then also as part of the amendment change that we did, we had pheno markers that were marking the 20-foot boundary markers. So those have been installed, and I did verify those, that they're there and they are located on an as-built plan that was submitted to me as well. And then in terms of the stormwater depression, I'll let kind of Nathan talk and Pat talk about that a little bit more. But essentially, at least in my point of view, the roadway drainage has changed a lot since that was originally proposed. It is kind of outside the jurisdiction of the commission under the notice of intent, because this was just originally just a single family home, did not have a stormwater permit. So it was kind of suggested. I think they did, try to work on it, but it isn't feasible anymore. It doesn't quite work with the way that the new drainage has been put in, and it kind of just collects water and sits there. So in my point, it's not quite functioning, I think, as well as it could have been, and would function better if the roadway drainage was left how it was now improved to be.
And thank you, Melissa. So I agree with kind of what you presented there. The only thing I'd add is just some back history on it. I know it's been a long time since this was originally presented and approved. I know that area next to the driveway was kind of added after some back and forth with the wetland consultant for the board. It was kind of added as an additional area outside the buffer zone to try to help provide some additional TSS removal for the driveway. At that point in time, we did state that it's not required under DEP, to get an approval or to meet the stormwater standards, and that there isn't a lot of TSS load from a single family home. But after some back and forth with the commission and Lucas, we did agree to put it in, and it was on the approved plans. But as Melissa outlined there, that's why we're kind of here tonight as part of the COC to talk about that and look at having, essentially having that area just leveled off and filled in as part of the final sign off here.
Through the chair, if I could just do a point of clarification from my memory of that little basin wasn't necessarily for TSS as much it was for preventing water coming down the driveway and entering the road and potentially causing more problems down there and keeping the water on the site. It wasn't really a TSS issue from my recollection.
And I'm hearing now that it's not functioning as designed because of the road improvements.
There's been a lot of roadway improvements and changes out there. They've repaved the road and so forth, and it's just a lot's gone on since the initial intent of installing that. Correct.
Yeah.
Has it actually been built or no?
So it's been roughed out.
Okay, and the proposal is to level it off. And
correct.
And what will happen to the water that was intended to go there?
So it's gonna. Let me see. I think we have a quick little photo here. Not quite. So it's gonna drain off and down towards the road, and then kind of towards the adjacent lot to the north, and head off north in that direction, and they'll eventually go down the hill, kind of where it does now. It's just kind of trapped a little point in between the driveway and the road there, and it's really just not. It's really not functioning, I think, as under the original intent. It would be fully stabilized loam and seed. I mean, there wouldn't be, the intention just to kind of cover it and leave it. It would be stabilized and completed.
So the water would enter the roadway and be sort of a, country drainage?
Correct. To be country drainage against the roadway. Part of it would probably enter the road. The rest would flow across the adjacent lot.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not super comfortable with this, honestly. Before I issued a COC, I'd like to see, if you were to do what you're proposing, I would like to see it done and see it work and not cause a problem. And if it does cause a problem, then come up with some other sort of mitigation based on the original requirements.
Through the chair?
Yeah.
So I guess I thought the original intent was that it was supposed to be like a little infiltration basin where the water would go into a low spot and infiltrate. And I'm not sure why that's all of a sudden a bad thing.
I'm kind of with you. Filling it in because there's been some road work because You know, the road work was done to mitigate drainage issues. And if this low spot can detain water for some period of time while it infiltrates into the ground, that seems like a good thing to me, not a bad thing, as opposed to throwing it out on the street and having it run wherever. That's me. I mean, I don't know. This isn't past my sort of it's okay test. Any other comments from other members here?
Melissa, could I ask, maybe you could throw on the Dropbox the order of conditions or
Can I
something?
say one thing?
Yeah.
Most of that water that's going into there is coming off the driveway. We're on the high side of the road. That road's pitched going across the street where the DPW ended up installing a asphalt berm to guide the water down to the catch basin. So in reality, it's just catching the water that's coming off the property and holding it right next to it, where before we had installed it, it was just running off down and back into the wetlands, where the catch basin from the street is daylighted.
Okay.
So all it's doing is just catching that same water, and it's now holding it into a spot right next to the driveway, rather than just letting it flow across the ground and going back into the ground anyways.
And what's wrong with holding it?
Personally, I just don't see what the benefit is when it's still replenishing the groundwater. You're just slowing it up and then causing a big puddle essentially and holding it there for potentially 6, 8 hours, 12 hours until it actually drains. And the soils there aren't, you know, they perk, but they perk at a slower rate.
I don't know. I'm not hearing that that's a bad thing, honestly.
So this was the proposal.
Yeah. So the water actually ends up there now.
Yes.
And it sits there for some number of hours and eventually percolates into the ground.
Correct.
And that's built today or roughed in?
Yep. And it was hydroseeded in November. So the only thing I'm waiting on is for the grass to come up.
And so why do we want to change it?
So there also has been concerns with the homeowner in terms of the safety as it is right now, because the water does stay for quite a long amount of time, and they do have small kids. I know that is just one reason that I have heard, and I think that's it, that, and then just the differences in the roadway now.
I don't know. I like to hear comments from other commission members, but I mean, I think it's working as designed, and that's my opinion. Anything from anybody else?
I tend to agree with you, Mark. You know, with the drainage concerns we've had up there, we have something that's working, slowing down the water. I'm very hesitant to do anything but leave well enough alone.
I agree with you too, Mark. I mean, possibly they could put up a fence around it.
Yeah, I mean, if they're concerned about safety with children, there's lots of ways to mitigate that.
How deep is it?
Go ahead, Carl.
How deep does it get? Is it feet of water or a couple inches or?
Well, why does that matter?
Well, if you got small children, I mean.
They get drowned in 3 inches of water.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, but if it's like,
So I don't think.
if it's an inch or two, I mean, if it's 3 feet, then it's a real danger, you know. But if it's, you know, a couple inches, you know,
No, it's only about a 1-foot depression, but it fills.
Mark,
Yeah,
I also have the homeowner is on the call. Can I bring her in?
Yeah, go ahead, bring her in.
Should be loading.
Hi, yeah, so I just moved into the property. And the problem is, I mean, A, the way it has been roughed in is not functioning. I don't believe this is how it's intended to function. But also, it's not just runoff from my driveway, it's all the runoff that comes from further up the road that then sits at the end of my driveway, waterlogs it, and also creates a safety hazard for my 2 young kids. I've already had to stop them going in it multiple times. And I thought the whole point of the new catch basins and the new grading of the road was so that the water flowed towards the catch basins and also the stormwater management on 133. Like, I specifically bought 139 because it was not subject to a stormwater management thing that 133 is. And I was told that that's where the water ends up flowing. So this, if you come out and look at it, like, it doesn't serve its purpose. I mean, there might be ways to change it, but right now it doesn't serve its purpose. And I don't understand why the roadway runoff is going to come on my property. And also, like, if you look at all the other houses, my driveway is the shortest with the least amount of runoff and less steep than all the others that causes all the runoff. And none of the other houses have one.
Question, the outcome of this will be to move the water someplace else. Is that what will happen?
To move it, I presume, where it was planned to move, because the roadway has been regraded in order that all the water flows down the road into the catch basins and out into the far corner of like of 133 and next to 133. That was how it was intended to be done now. And obviously this has presumably happened since this depression was initially permitted for.
Yeah, did I hear that part of the water would go to the next lot?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, I don't think it does. It drains because also all my lawn is established now, and eventually I want to plan to put, in the spring, I'll be planting more stuff to help with drainage anyway. So the runoff goes out into the road, but now it's caught up with everything else in the road, and then that goes on to across my land and just waterlogs this whole, it's like a huge puddle, which very enticing to my 2-year-old and my 5-year-old. And then the day when it rained, inches and inches, and then it snowed on top, you don't even know it's there then. And so they're running around the garden and suddenly they're in, a foot of water.
I actually, Melissa, I don't know if you remember, I went out when we were looking at the issues with the runoff from the property further down Deerfoot. And I actually was there in a pretty big rainstorm. And I'm actually looking right now on my phone at a video that I took of the water runoff from 139. And it shows the water running from properties further up the road down into that basin. And I mean, just looking at it, it's looks like a construction pool. I mean, it's very, very soggy and and that wasn't, I mean, that was a wet season. That wasn't, that was before the snow. So I can see what Julie's, concerns are for sure. I think we even have that. I think you may even have that video, Melissa, in the shared drive, because I think I sent it to you.
I mean, if there's a way to deal with the drainage in the sense of, putting like a gravel bed there and making it more level so that it's more porous, like I'm fine with that. But it just, like, from a lot of aspects, but also the safety aspect. It's not feasible as it is right now.
Well, you know, if you as a property owner, you're not supposed to be taking water from the road onto your property and storing it, right? That's just not the way things work. That depression is supposed to take water from your property and detain it, so it doesn't add water from your property onto the road. So if you're getting water from the road in that, you know, depression area, then that's not correct. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that is
You're-
what's happening.
okay.
Yeah, it's basically diverting it from the road into my land instead of going down the road into the catch basins and the stormwater management system.
So Nathan, is that your understanding as well?
I don't have video or photos like Judith mentioned there. I mean, looking at the as-built that was done for that property in particular, the roadway grades in front of the driveway in that area seem to pitch towards that side of the road just as you get past the driveway. So it would seem to indicate that some of the water from the road is pitching onto or into that area. That kind of corner between, well, you know, number 139 and the adjacent lot to the north there.
I'm going to go through some of my videos. I've taken some videos from the last storms as well, since the town's repaved and redone the road. I'll download those and I'll forward them to Melissa. So you guys have them for your records. From what I can recall, since the road was repaved, I don't recall seeing the water go down that. It seems to be running along the asphalt berm along 126A, 126, past 124 and into the catch basin. She's on the high side of the road and that road is pitched in one direction.
And that's what, I mean, I have other videos that I took that same day of that other side of the road, 126, and you know, the water's flowing very nicely down that side. And I guess my only observation around that is that there is I'm not a construction engineer, but what I can see on those videos is that there's a kind of a beveling at the side of the asphalt on that side of the road. It's not a curb per se, curb, yes, I'm using the right word, but it's like a
I think it's called the California berm. It's like a type of asphalt curb.
yes, it's not a vertical curb, it's more like a
Correct.
sloping curb. And what I can see on this video is that seems to be helping direct the flow of water down the road into the basin, but there definitely isn't that. Not from what I can see on this video. There isn't the equivalent on the other side of the road. So the water's going, you know, along the path of least resistance, which is, you know, into that you know, pool area, basin area on 139.
If the water's coming off the road after they repaved it, I would suggest that they talk to DPW about putting a berm along her to get the water to go where it was originally supposed to convey. I mean, we see that on my road all the time, just to get it towards the catch basin. But in regards to this coming off of her driveway, if that was how it was engineered and intended to be built, I think it needs to be done. That's what was permitted.
And possibly the reason why it's getting so much water is because of the road flow.
Yeah, I mean, it was flowing down the road before the basin was roughed out. It was flowing down the road normally. It's because there's now like a diversion created.
Oh,
No, it's water from your driveway.
so that's still different. So So is a basin created, is a depression created correctly? So my understanding is the depression was created to collect water from that lot. And if it's now getting water from the road, it would seem to me that that depression isn't constructed exactly correct, and you should not be accepting water from the road.
Then be on the DPW to fix the road.
Okay.
I mean, would it help if I showed the video? Or do
Let
we-
me ask this question. This is a certificate of compliance. Is there something pressing that the COC be done tonight?
No,
No.
but I'd like to get it closed out.
I understand that. I'm just,
Out of there.
I'm sorry?
I want to get out of here.
I hear you, got it.
And I've
I'm just
done what
wondering,
I've needed to do.
well,
Yeah, you
We'll
can't just
see.
see an unsafe situation for me.
we'll see. That's what we're here to decide. You know, if the road has an issue, then we may have to get the DPW involved. If the basin or the depression isn't constructed exactly right, that's a possibility as well.
But I just have one question. Obviously, I don't know the background. Why when all the other houses have huge amounts of runoff, particularly a couple of them, why do they not have to have this?
I can't answer that without seeing plans and things. You know, it's been a long time since they were in front of me. Us.
Through the chair, just one quick question
Yes.
that might help. Which was built first, the roadway improvements or this basin being roughed in?
The roadway was done first and then this was roughed in.
Matt, what were your thoughts on that? Where were you going with it?
That if the road was already there, then the basin could have been shaped, I would think, in a way to make it function.
Yeah.
Seems to me.
Yeah, that's where I've been headed. Yeah.
It shows the basin being 1 foot lower than the grade though.
It shows
There's
the.
nothing to be said that you know, when things change, you can come back to if needed, you can come back to the commission and say that you need to modify the design in some way. I mean, that happens all the time. I mean, the idea is that you need to get it to function to work and not be, you know, causing problems. So I think that's, you know, that's on the designer and the builder to find a way to make it work. And,
But
you know,
it's collecting the water coming from her property. That's the design of it.
right. It couldn't be built to do that?
It is. It's holding the water.
The water from the road as well, though. But I'm from a safety aspect. What do you normally do with these basins? I can't have it left like this.
It collects the water and holds the water from her property.
Right. Until it
Intended to do.
until it, you know, eventually aquifers into the ground.
And it aquifers into the ground in the correct amount of time.
Then it's working as
Well,
designed.
Correct.
The only issue is whether or not, and what I'm hearing is it's getting water from the road, which it should not get.
I'll send some videos to Melissa, but I do not believe that's the case. And I filmed them coming down from the hill up at the top from Denise Eddy's, from that catch basin all the way down. So I'll get those videos over to Melissa. I have videos going down the entire street from all the way to the top, all the way down to 124.
But I've got videos as well. I've asked you to come out specifically on the days when it's rained, and you haven't done.
Yes, I have. I have the videos.
I've been here.
All right, well.
One other thought just on the safety issue with the kids, which is obviously an important issue. I mean, if this were, you know, rather than just being a grassed depression that's just part of the lawn, if it were to be planted with shrubs, you know, more like a rain garden type situation, I would think that, you know, it sort of fits into the landscaping of the area. It sounds like you were already considering doing some landscaping. It might become a little bit more difficult for the kids to kind of get in there, and, you know, you don't have a fun puddle to jump in. You just got a bunch of shrubs that are wet around them. Just a thought.
Yeah, if we can propose changing how it is structured, like whether it's a gravel bed or shrubs or something to make it safer, yes, that would be far better.
I mean, the other option is to raise the grade 4 to 6 inches above the binder to make sure that none of that water from the road doesn't go in there.
Yes.
Right, but that doesn't
But
still.
it's still going to collect the water coming from the property, which is, it's not a small amount either.
Well, but that's what it was designed to do.
I'm not arguing that. I agree.
And it has to do that. So if there's a safety concern, which I hear there is, then there's got to be, you know, some other mitigation thoughts around that our consultant put one out there, you know, to keep the kids out of it.
So I think, can we come back and, like, can we come back with a different plan then for the next meeting or something?
I mean, from the Conservation Commission's perspective, you know, we're here to certify whether or not the you know, design has met what it was supposed to do. And if that basin or that depression is collecting water that's coming off that lot, detaining it and then, you know, having it filter into the ground, then it's working as designed. And I hear you as a homeowner concerned about your children and safety and so forth, and I get that. Then to keep that thing working as designed and then providing some sort of safety mitigation for your kids playing in there and possibly becoming, you know, injured for whatever, is a secondary sort of, you know, thought around this and what to do about that. I mean, I think their consultant proposed something that might work. I'm not sure gravel is going to work because it's still going to detain water for some period of time, and it's still going to be a puddle.
Right. I mean, yeah, I'm still not quite sure why it should be this driveway as compared to the others, but as long but is the answer yes to the fact that we can just come back and present a different plan for how that should be?
Yes, that's always an option. Yep.
Okay, so let's do that then and just adjourn this to the next meeting.
Okay. All right, so we're going to table the COC for now.
All right, and Julian, Pat, and Nathan, I'll follow up with you tomorrow and come up with a game plan.
Thank you.
Melissa, do we have anybody else waiting for some specific discussion?
I do see Jack still in the attendees. He has his SMP extension.
Yeah, because I wanted to kind of get through some of these quick ones if we could.
Yep. Let me just, you want me to bring Jack in then?
It's 11.
This is SMP Turnpike Road.
Yep.
It's the annual extension.
Yes, and I was talking with Jack, you know, I don't know if the commission would be open to, instead of doing 1 year, doing 2. I believe we did 2 for 2 East Main Street last year. So, you know, it's up to the commission if they are open to that aspect.
All right, so this is requested for extension. This is across from Ken's Foods.
Yep, this is right behind Deerfoot.
Yeah, right behind Deerfoot. So,
So this has been extended for how long? How long we going? How many years ago? This got to be old, right?
It is old. I think 2008 or 9.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So the stormwater aspect of this site has all been installed and built. So it's been extended, you know, for marketing reasons, is my understanding. And the NOI in this is controlled by DEP.
Which has been extended.
Which has been extended.
Hold on, I think.
So,
Jack, you're muted. You have to unmute yourself.
There you go.
All right. Am I on now?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're kind of, Mark kind of hits the thing, we're disjointed here, where we got extended by DEP, but stormwater and DEP don't line up. So DEP extended us in July, and stormwater doesn't work until March. And then as far as marketing, I mean, in the middle of a COVID virus, we came close last March with a retail, but I don't even know if they're in business anymore. So I really would like the extension. It's helpful for marketing, and it's also helpful. I mean, DEP's working with me. I would hope the town of Southborough would work with me.
I mean, I have no problem with it. And actually, I don't have a problem with the 2-year extension either, personally.
I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yep.
Geyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yeah.
Wittes,
Yep.
Passamato.
Yes.
Okay, so that's all set. So Jack, I'll get that to you next week.
All right, thank you, Melissa.
All right, since we're on extensions, how about the request for extension, order conditions, Chestnut Meadows, DEP 29103?
And I'll add, they also need the extension for the SMP. You know,
That's not
if
down here.
anyone's- I know.
I'm only
I
kidding.
had a problem. Yeah, if anyone's been down there, they are working. I just got another building permit for a new house. They're going slow, but the site kind of has remained pretty much as it has been for quite a while. Most of the stormwater systems are at least in, whether or not they're in their final condition. I'm not sure on that aspect. And this is what we just issued the COC for the culvert for the widening of Chestnut Hill Roadway. So this is Dairy Farm Lane subdivision.
Are they looking for a 1-year or 2-year, or what are they looking for?
I don't
Just
think
an
they
extension.
specified. Yeah. My recommendation would be 3 years, to be honest, based on the number of houses they have been doing per year, unless you want them to come back every year. But I think with these, we've typically been doing the 3-year for the subdivisions as long as they're active.
All right, do I hear a motion for a 3-year extension on the order conditions for Chestnut Meadows?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor by roll call vote?
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Geyer,
Yes.
Passamato. Oh,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Wittes. Sorry,
Yes.
I went in a whole different order. Okay.
Okay, request for partial certificate of compliance, 118 and 120 Turnpike Road.
So this is what we approved not too long ago for a parking garage. At this time, another company has bought the building at 120 Turnpike. They have finished the landscaping and the walkway aspects of it, and I have received an as-built for those landscapes and plantings. And then the certified letter, you know, that they are in. At this time, they're unsure if they're going to be doing the parking garage. So to kind of finalize the transfer of the deed, they requested the partial for the landscaping only. It looks great. I've been there. I mean, it's honestly mostly I think what was more so the planning board aspects of it. So it's all the native plantings around the pond. They'll most likely be coming back to us soon. They have some other plans for that property in terms of invasive management around the pond and some of the hazardous trees that are in the area. So they're not going anywhere anytime soon. I know that, but the landscape aspect of it is finished and it's stable, and it has been, it has, I believe, survived a full year since it's been put in, but that wasn't a stipulation of the permit.
So what's a partial certificate of compliance?
So a partial is just, the commission doesn't do it often. It's just issuing for specific aspects of the work. I think mostly it used to be done in like larger subdivisions when they didn't do individual NOIs and they did it lot by lot by lot. You know, in talking with the applicant, I said it's not something that the commission typically does, but they kind of need it for their closing. It sounded like, at least.
So this is new to me. And what we've done in the past was issue some sort of a, Mr. Upshine used to call it a bank letter. And basically what it was a letter that said that, you know, everything you've done today is in compliance with the Conservation Commission. And we expect if you continue to act accordingly, you know, with the order conditions that are in front of you, that we expect that you will receive a certificate of compliance when completed. It was that sort of a thing that they use for closings and stuff, and banks would take it.
Yeah, and I think it's not necessarily the banking issue. I think it's something internally between the two buyers and sellers. And I think the difference that we were discussing in this aspect of it is that usually when that happened, it's, you know, for the bank letters, usually it's like the house is completed, but it's not completely stabilized before they close. And in this aspect, they haven't really started the main portion of the project and don't know when they will. So they at least want to get this aspect of it kind of off the books and certified that it was done.
Is this the garage, the big garage they're gonna build in the back? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes. Yep.
Yes, Jeff.
Well, yeah, I mean, can it be sort of split in such a way that we reissue an order of conditions for the undone work and issue a certificate of compliance for the done work? So in effect, there were two orders of conditions and one of them is closed and one remains open. Is that a thing?
I don't think without them going through the whole public hearing process again.
Can I ask a question? Do you not issue partials in Southborough often?
I've never done one.
Okay, so we do them all the time in Westborough.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah, so we'll do subdivision roads and we'll issue a partial, and in the reference marginally on the top and also in the special conditions on the back, we'll say for lot 2 or for whatever part of the project that it's for, and then it gets recorded at the registry, and that's usually why we find it needs to be issued, is because someone's trying to buy or do something at the registry and it's held up by the lien on the property from the order.
Yeah.
So does a partial get recorded?
Yes, they all get recorded.
Oh, it does.
Yep, and then they come back for the full or an incomplete if they never end up building the parking garage.
Oh, well, since it's recorded, I guess I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and it's very explicitly stated what the partial is for.
Okay. Wow, something new.
Yeah, they're pretty common. Most towns do them regularly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't ever remember Southfield doing one.
I think we've been pretty good about doing individual NOIs, which makes it a heck ton easier. But I think, you know, part of that is probably what also happened at that Watkins Lane at the last meeting with Peter and that chaos. You know, it just, when there's all of a sudden there'll be 6 partials recorded at the registry, but no complete. But with this, it's, you know, one property, it's, you know, and they've kind of separated into 2 projects because they don't know if they're going to do the parking garage yet, but.
All right, Sherry, do we hear a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Wittes,
Yes.
Quasimodo.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. I'll just go up to, let's see, a snow dump complaint, 2224 Turnpike.
This was a complaint that we have dealt with previously. So I put it on the agenda, you know, as a heads up to commissioners if they do see something, I guess. As a reminder, previously we issued a letter to the property owners stating that they cannot push snow into that stormwater basin that they had been doing previously, and basically compromising kind of the integrity of the system. So I didn't know if the commission, I think commissioners got the email first. Carl was nice enough to forward it off to me. But that's kind of all the information that I have as of right now.
So I was actually up in the storage facility and came nose to nose with the first truck that was leaving, just by happen chance. So after I left there, I called them on the phone and reminded them not to put the snow that they were collecting into the stormwater basin, and to make sure that they stayed away from the wetland 100 feet. That was to the west of the basin. So if you enter the storage facility driveway, the wetlands on the right, they're putting the snow up the hill on the left. And they told me they remembered last year, and they would, assure me that they wouldn't do that. Now, I didn't go back and check, but whatever snow they got up there is probably pretty much melted away or mostly gone.
Yeah, I haven't checked it this week.
Did you go up there and look at it at all?
Yeah, I had seen it. It didn't, we had big snowstorms with them. For the most part, it melted. So I think when I went up there, I forget how many storms had passed, but there wasn't, I think it might have even been before we got the complaint, actually, now that I think about it. So there hadn't been a large pile like there was last year. Because last year was very large.
Yeah, so when I came nose to nose with the truck, it was after the one large storm we had.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. I guess it's something I'll keep on the docket, and just make sure. And if anyone happens to stop by and see something of concern, to definitely let me know. Actually, Mark, there is a hand up if you want me to call on them. I believe it's
a hand up?
Yes. I think it's Bob Ackley.
Okay.
Bob, you should be able to talk if you unmute yourself. Just state your address for the record.
I mean, seriously, I wrote you guys a letter about a violation of the stormwater permit. Did you not see it? I wrote the letter. They're trucking in snow from all over Eastern Massachusetts. There's probably 1,000 to 5,000 truckloads of snow up there in that stormwater. You go up there, there's a mountain of snow from all different parking lots. We don't even know where they are. That's not a permitted use up there. There's no provision in the stormwater plan for a snow dump. What's going on?
Well, I guess I'm not sure. I haven't been up there since I met nose to nose with the first truck. And I did call him and say, hey, remember last year? Don't be dumping snow in the stormwater basin. Make sure you stand 100 feet away from the wetland. We don't have any town bylaws that say you can't store snow. I'm aware of.
Mark?
Yeah.
I think Bob's bringing up the point that whether or not they dump it into the basin is one thing, but if they're bringing in tremendous amounts of snow on the property, that's a big load on the stormwater system. And is that allowable? I think, Bob, is that your point?
Exactly. Right in the permit, in the stormwater permit, it says if there's any change in use to that property, they have to come before the Conservation Commission. There's no use in that property, in that stormwater permit, for any snow dump. There's a storage facility and a golf driving range. That's what's in that stormwater permit. Any other use needs to come before this commission. So I've made a complaint about it 3 years in a row, I believe, and nothing's been done. Now we have a mountain up there. It's not a little bit of snow. It's a mountain of snow up there right now. And there was probably thousands of truckloads of snow brought in from we don't know where. So what is conservation's role in this? Do you just not, you are entitled to enforce that stormwater permit. That stormwater permit does not include a snow dump.
I don't believe there's a stormwater permit on that property.
I think it was a previous notice of intent with a SWIP.
Yeah, I don't think the stormwater bylaw existed when that was developed.
Mark, I put the permit number, the DEP permit number, or whatever it is in the email to you guys.
Well, the DEP is different than the stormwater.
Yeah.
The stormwater bylaw is a town bylaw that's separate from the DEP Wetlands Protection Act and the stormwater provisions that are called out in the Wetlands Protection Act. They're completely different. And I think the DEP number and the order of conditions that was done on that development is closed out with a COC, isn't it?
I think it didn't. I think that was one of the outstanding problems we also had.
There's an open certificate of compliance on that?
I will check.
But Mark, is this, can I interrupt again? But is this a new use? Since has this been historically a snow dump?
My understanding is they've been taking snow up there for years and years and years.
That's not true. It was never an approved use, and that's not true, Mark.
Well, I don't know about approved use. What that really means in terms of that, I don't know. But my understanding was they were hauling snow in there for a long time.
Yeah, I think you have to,
I'm not sure.
If you're a snow dump, because I was just checking online. If you're a snow dump, you need to have a license to have a snow dump. I think you do.
I think it's a planning or a building issue. It's not us. It's that they're out of the 100-foot and they're not putting in the basin. Those are where our jurisdiction lie. We can tell them about a use. It's not our jurisdiction.
It is in the storm water. It's in the storm water retention pond. All the snow's in the retention pond.
And that's where we keep commenting on.
That they can't do.
And we have addressed that. Even Mark just said, he stopped the first truck and reminded them, and we will actively check that. But having them stop the use completely is not our jurisdiction. We don't have the ability to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if the town has a snow dump, rules, regulation, or bylaw. I just don't know.
I think there's a state regulation.
Or maybe, yeah, even if
There's
I don't know.
guidelines.
Pardon
Snow
me?
disposal guidelines.
Yeah.
For Mass DP, and that's what we were looking at last year, I believe. We were just talking about alternate locations or the ability, the guideline is to find the most appropriate place for the snow, essentially. I mean, there's more specifics to it, obviously, but.
Like even with very, very large storms, the town of Southborough removes all the snow from, Morrow's Market and down there. I don't know where they take it, but they're taking it someplace.
Probably this location.
I don't know.
They used to take it to the stump dump up there at St. Mark's. I don't know what they're doing now.
Yeah.
I don't know, but we'll certainly monitor it to make sure that they're not in violation of what we have jurisdiction over, Bob. There's no question about that. But in terms of whether or not they are allowed to haul snow up there or not, I don't know who has the jurisdiction over that.
I mean, it's amazing that you guys are concerned about water, a little bit of water running down the street in a rainstorm. And I've got a mountain of snow up behind me with all kinds of road salt and contamination from parking lots. You guys don't even know where it's coming from. And it's not conservation's business. I mean, get up there, inspect it, and tell me that it's not a situation up there that you guys should be involved with. I mean, you got to be kidding me. You go by there and go up to that storage facility and see that mountain of dirty snow up there and say, the conservation's not supposed to be involved with this? I thought that was your job, water protection. Where's that going? Where is all that snow going when it melts? Do you know?
Downhill.
Downhill. I live downhill. All right. You guys don't know where it's going. So you approve all these plans all over the place to make sure water's not going anywhere. Where is that stuff going?
See, there's a,
Well, we'll go up there and take another look. I'll go up there.
I'd appreciate if you took a look and give me a report back or something, because I think that you guys need to do something about this. This is a
I still think you should call the zoning enforcement officer, Bob, and I'm getting a little tired of your tone of voice. I'm about ready to go tonight.
Well, let's keep it cordial, but I mean, if it's in our jurisdiction, it is. If it's not, it's not. I mean, we can't cross lines.
No, you're telling me you can't do anything about it?
We'll check it out.
I'm sorry, I appreciate it. I've waited 4 hours to talk to you guys.
Yeah, we'll appreciate that, and we'll check it out. And if it's in our jurisdiction, we'll certainly do something about it. If it's not, we'll let you know. And maybe Melissa can ask around town hall if there's any appropriate department that has responsibility.
All right, thanks, board.
Okay.
I do have a question. I mean, if you do have a mountain of snow with salt and it's, at 101 foot from the buffer, but you know that it's all going to melt and flow towards the wetland. In this case, I don't think that's really the case, but if that were the case, is that jurisdictional? I mean, because it would impact in that.
Only once there is an impact. There's got to be an impact first if it's outside the buffer zone.
Okay, so you have to wait.
I've just sent Melissa the latest snow dumping guidelines from the state. They were reissued on the 11th of December this year. It explicitly refers, there's a paragraph in there about not dumping snow anywhere near a retention basin. So maybe you can take a look at that, Melissa, and that will hopefully guide us. And then I guess it's a referral to the DEP if they're doing something that is explicitly prohibited in a DEP guidance, then that's where the jurisdiction lies, doesn't it?
That's a good point, Judith.
Yeah. So, all right, getting late, folks. Let's move on. Chestnut Hill Farm trailhead parking. Is that something we need to take on tonight?
No, it was just mostly the trustees want to kind of reopen the discussion about the trailhead parking lot. So depending on the next agenda, if you guys want to maybe open up the conversation with them, or maybe we can schedule another special meeting to discuss that. That might be a better course of action.
And discussion on Halloran CR.
For that, that was mainly, I don't really have anything on that. Krista has been out, like I said, so I think that can wait until the next meeting, but definitely visit Aldo's latest email, kind of when I responded with our latest draft. It's kind of conflicting with his earlier opinions. So I think it's something we need to address again.
All right, and certificate of vote, discussion and vote.
This was the authority to have me sign on your behalf and for electronic signatures. I can open up the document if that's something that we want to do. This would get recorded at the Worcester Registry of Deeds. So while it wouldn't necessarily be good for this meeting, moving forward, all you would have to do would be to vote, and then I would be able to put in your signatures and never see you until COVID's over.
Melissa, are you going to reference the book and page of that? Yeah, okay. That's what we had to do, so just wanted to ask.
Is this what you do in Westboro, Sherry?
Yes, yeah, we took a vote a while ago, and so we have a letter similar to that has now a book and page, and so I, on my PDF, have a little nice paragraph that says, that we have taken this certificate of electronic signatures. This is the book and page where it's recorded, and then I electronically sign for all my members.
And this would be good for the town clerk as well, which is helpful.
Well, sounds like a good process improvement, especially during COVID.
Right. And the faster it gets permits out the door. So there's 2 sections. If anyone wants to make a motion, literally you can read this.
Second.
I move the statement under number 1. How
Aye.
about that? You can move the statement under number 1.
Move the statement under number 1.
Thanks.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Wittes,
Yes.
Patsumato.
Yes.
And if anyone wants to move the statement under number 2.
I move the
So
statement.
moved. Oh,
Blimey.
Second.
Watson,
Yes.
Smith. Smith, I'm sorry.
oh, fell asleep.
I read what he said. He said yes.
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Wittes,
Yes.
Patsumato.
Yes.
Okay.
OSRP discussion?
I don't have anything unless Judith does.
No, not tonight.
Okay. Oh. All
No,
right.
I mean, seriously, there's I haven't done anything on that since the last meeting, but I will be bringing something back in the next meeting because we're going to make a couple of changes to the master plan section that relates to open space and environment. What we're trying to do is to integrate the MVP recommendations and the master recommendations. So it does affect some of the stuff that you guys have already signed off on before. So I'll bring that back for the next meeting.
Okay. Okay, other business update on open orders / projects?
I received another violation notice for 63 Deerfoot Road. I went out there today and I found that the property has been clearing the wetland area and has put a skating rink. So my recommendation, or you can just authorize me, I would like to send a violation letter to immediately cease clearing of the area and to remove the skating rink. It's like those interlocking block, temporary skating rink things. And to come to the next meeting.
I authorize.
Sorry, the reason they can't do that is because it changes the level of perviousness of the property.
No, it's in the wetland, so they cleared like.
Sorry. I missed that bit.
Go in there and place it, and it's not like a pond where you can just skate on. It was a vegetated area.
At least they kept it wet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's it's probably nice and wet. It freezes nice.
So do you need a vote to do that?
You don't have to. I think as long as the commission is okay with that way forward, I just kind of wanted to let you know that was forthcoming.
Yep. Okay.
Another thing is that I realized when talking with SVT that their monitoring contract for Chestnut Hill was up. So if the commission would like to continue, I think I sent the contract out earlier today. It's basically the same exact contract we had. This would just end, I think, December 31st of 2023. Same price, that wouldn't change. It would just be for monitoring Chestnut Hill Farm and any support that we may need from them in the future.
I hate to ask a question, but Melissa, on that Exhibit A, it says page 1 of 3, but I only have 1.
You only have 1 page?
I have 2 pages.
Well, I have 2 pages, but the Exhibit A at the bottom says 1 of 3.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, the exhibit is only 1 page, yeah.
Okay.
And that could be a typo. I just.
Yeah, no, I think it's a typo because everything that's there is supposed to be there.
You don't miss much, Sherry, do you?
I like to read. You should have seen when we bought our house. I read every page.
Oh, God.
Can you come to us? I have a lot of stuff. I have this great manual on how to use the new food processor that Keith
got a year ago that he won't use because he hasn't read the manual. Can you come? I'll feed you.
Keep your fingers out of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Re-sign COC for 16 Hillside?
Oh, what about the SVT contract?
Oh, I
What
thought
do we gotta do?
We need a vote to
Oh.
authorize to execute the document and sign for the SVT contract for Chestnut Hill Farm.
I heard a so moved from
Move.
Sherry,
Second.
second from Russ.
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Pasamato,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
okay. Wittes.
Yes.
Pasamato.
Yep. I
Okay.
think Katie has a cold.
Yeah, poor Katie. And then for the re-sign of COC for 16 Hillside, this is another one of the COCs that's been previously issued, but just never was recorded. So I need another original. It's very unexciting.
So moved.
Thanks.
Second.
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Wittes,
Yes.
Pasamato.
Yes.
And right before our meeting, I so apologize, guys. I got an email from the treasurer collector stating that the BOS is not funding the 9% tax increase for the budget. So we have been asked to do a theoretical kind of cut based on, I think it was 2% and 5%, sort of like what we did last year. So I'll send you that documentation probably tomorrow. And then I will probably just most likely do what I did last year and just do the theoretical or in terms of how that would impact us, which I think we have already documented in terms of our numerous memos to advisory and BOS about funding for both open space and admin support. Unless there's
Okay.
something different, but that's about it. I also found out at 4:55 today that Ken's had an emergency break at the water out front. So they've done a temporary fix to at least stop the water from gushing. It looks like a fitting broke from just rust and fatigue out front, 25 feet from the BVW along the stream on the east side of the driveway up to Ken's. They're doing an evaluation of if their temporary fix will be enough or if they need to do a complete replacement. So I will also be sending you kind of that plan. If there's anything that kind of sticks out to you, please let me know. And I think once they get that decision back on if they need to upgrade or change something, you know, we'll decide on how we move forward. There are some exemptions as long as they're not making things bigger for utilities. But I'll see what happens kind of in the next day or two.
Okay.
And I think that's it.
Sorry to be, what are we doing about that January 19th meeting where you have, someone has to go to the BOS?
Oh, yes. Does anyone would like to join the Tuesday meeting of the Board of Selectmen and essentially discuss our annual report?
I mean, I would think that the annual report that we provide the town warrant is basically the information that we would give to the BOS.
Mhm.
Right? These are the number of hearings we had. You know, these are the number of people that signed up for the, public garden use, and et cetera.
Yeah, I know I think they're inviting most boards, you know, to at least have one representative. I'm not sure how many have signed up or how that went. I think their first one was on Tuesday, but
I mean, if they have any sort of specific agenda they're looking for, that would be good to know. But
okay.
It's kind of difficult when they say, hey, come on in.
Should we ask Sam? Because he's on the, Sam's still on the call.
Oh,
Should
he
we?
is. Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Sam.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
Well, he is. Hi, Sam.
Hey there. My hourly rate is dropping rapidly here.
It was an hours.
Yeah, your rate's the same.
Ask for a raise. Mark, per your question, we've been asking a variety of committees to come in and talk about generally what they're doing, what the issues are. Are there any concerns that you have about support, resources, et cetera, in terms of your ability to do the job that you need to do? And to some degree, it's an opportunity to educate the public because there are typically a couple dozen or so people who watch the selectmen's meetings on video. And so again, there are committees that are, less visible in town. And so we're trying to hear from a wide range of committees to both inform the public and give the committees an opportunity to talk about what's important to them. And if there are places, again, where they need more support from Board of Selectmen or budgetary or whatever, chance to sort of get your issues out in a broader forum. So not a specific agenda so much as much as sort of an update kind of thing, which, Mark, you're correct. The annual report has a lot of that information in it. But again, we've typically heard from people who have issues that they want to get our attention on. So if there are no issues for you guys, then it's a short discussion, I guess.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the big issues is being able to, have enough resources in terms of, Melissa's time and help for her, along with funding to maintain all of our conservation properties that we have now all over town.
Yeah.
Right.
And as you may recall, I've actually pushed for that unsuccessfully, but I'm happy to continue to push for that. So here's a chance for you again to make that pitch. And again, it's a tough budget year, so obviously no guarantees. On the other hand, I think you guys have a pretty compelling story about that. So I would urge you to communicate that.
And I also want to thank Sam. He's been trying to start a conversation about the Halloran and gaining access to that from the highway. So I thank you again to Sam for that. So that's been a good start, even regardless of the outcome.
At least we're talking to MassDOT about it. So
yeah, exactly.
Progress, and as a result of our legislative delegation who nudged them, and so maybe they are a little more motivated. But who knows? I'm not aware anything motivates MassDOT particularly, but the external push.
Yeah.
We'll see. So anyway, that's what we've been looking for from various committees. So again, if you don't have much to say, fine. If you have lots to say, bring it on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So the next steps on that, I would say, Melissa, can you put together what we typically would put in the warrant article?
Yeah, so I can definitely send out the memos that I've sent to advisory and BOS regarding the admins this year, and that discussion is along with the annual report. So everyone can have that in front of them. And if there's, whoever wants to attend, if there's something else you'd like to include that you need me to either crunch numbers or something, just let me know.
Can you attend on Tuesdays or no?
I have actually my own Concom meeting on the BOS nights. So I unfortunately can't.
You have Concom every week?
No, on the BOS nights, it's the first and third or Tuesday. It's always the same as mine.
Okay. All right.
Depending on the time, I might be able to swing it, but.
Are there any other volunteers from the commission that would like to go in front of BOS?
Hey, Ben, how do you feel about you and I doing it again? Because we did that we were there when we pitched the admin.
Yeah, I still have my my speaking notes, I'm sure, saved from trying to get that funding.
Yeah.
Maybe try to condense that. I think that's really the only ask that we would have, right?
Yeah, I mean, and just, I guess, emphasizing the need for increased funding for just our open space properties. If we do get access for Halloran, I mean, if we have to pay for the fencing ourselves or something like that, it's not a cheap fix. So keeping that increased funding kind of periodically throughout the years as we continue to gain properties is also very important.
You're muted,
Be
Ben.
muted.
Sorry, is this on the 12th that we're talking about?
19.
19th.
Yeah, so there's a chance that I might be able to do it. I have to make some arrangements at home. We have the grandkids here on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday nights because of their parents' work schedules. So I'll have to see if I can work something out. Otherwise, I don't have this room to use. So
If I get out early of work, I'll come, but I work Tuesday nights.
yeah, okay. All right, well, let's put some stuff together for it anyways.
Okay, perfect. I will send you.
We
the
can
first-
coordinate via email.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, guys.
And folks, unfortunately, I have a new project that I've taken over. It started in the middle of December, which is why I had to step out of the meeting in December, which is why I had to step out of the meeting tonight. Unfortunately, as of right now, it's every Thursday evening until at least the end of the week of February 5th that I have to meet with folks in China. So, and I'm a key person in that meeting, so I can't not be there. I'm going to try to move it. I've been unsuccessful so far because of folks' schedules and Zooms and so forth. But I will let Melissa know again if I've got a conflict on the 28th and how long it'll be as possible. I may not be able to attend that meeting at all because of another meeting commitment for that evening due to work as well. So stay tuned. But it should end after the first week in Feb.
Can we not move ours by a day?
I think it's difficult to get Zoom rooms.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who meets on Wednesdays. I'm not sure. I don't think my legal
Oh,
ads
Sherry
were
can't do
posted.
Wednesdays.
I can't do.
Judith can't do Wednesdays.
Yeah, and I think Tuesdays and Mondays for the most part are taken by other boards. Thursdays is like the one night that most other boards don't meet, so we're pretty
Yeah.
lucky.
It might only be one more conflict, so that's what I'm expecting. All right, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
There's a second. All in favor?
Oh gosh, Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Geyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Wittes,
Yes.
Pasamato.
Yes.
See you later, guys.